said. Doggone it.
Yeah. Well,
Okay,
you know, live television.
So who we got from joint appropriations?
Mr. Chairman, we'll do a roll call for
Okay.
joint appropriations. With that, Mr. Chairman, the joint education members that were here this morning are also present either in person or online, so we'll dispense with that roll call. So the roll call for the joint meeting of the Joint Education Interim Committee and the Joint Appropriations Committee. I'll call roll here. Senator Guru,
Here.
Senator Hicks,
Hunting.
Senator Kinski,
Here.
Senator Steinmetz,
Here.
Representative Kinner,
Excused.
He says he's not, looks like he's on the phone. At least I see it, but it's muted.
okay. Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Schwartz,
Here.
Representative Simpson,
Here.
Representative Stith,
Excused.
Representative Walters,
Here.
Co-Chairman Perkins,
Here.
Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Excused.
He's trying to attend by phone, but he's not on right now.
He'll be here when he's here.
Matt, I'm here. Kinner's here.
Thank you, Representative Kinner. Mr. Chairman, with the Joint
Here.
Appropriations Committee, they also have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Those of you online, be warned, I tend not to see people online that want to be recognized. If Co-Chairman Paxton will help me a little on that, and poke me when he sees somebody that's.
Hey,
seeking
Chairman Scott, is that on
recognition.
purpose?
You
or-
may have to be vigorous in order to be seen and recognized.
Chairman Scott, is that on purpose?
Not necessarily on purpose. I just don't see the online stuff
Just,
compared to what's real in front of me.
okay. Thank you, Senator Scott.
And I'm just not tuned that way. Never have been. The point of the joint meeting is that both appropriations and education need to hear the basic presentations on what the facts and figures are and hear from our consultants. And then, as I understand the process, joint education will make a recommendation and joint appropriations will write the bill and do as they see fit. And we all understand that. So I think that's an outline of where we are. Appropriations, you should know, we did hear this morning from a number of the interested parties talking primarily about, particularly in the teacher and other personnel retention areas, what are the non-economic things that we can perhaps pursue that will help us in that area. Had some pretty good testimony and some of it was a little contentious. We heard about some surveys, but we're going to now focus on the money issues, and I'm going to turn it over to Matt Wilmarth at the LSO to lead us through the first bit and introduce our consultants.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committees. Again, my name is Matt Wilmarth. I'm your LSO Senior School Finance Analyst. Today, I bring you the 8th iteration of the monitoring report in the past 12 years. Under Wyoming Statute 2113-309U, this
Matt, this is Bob. I'm interrupting just because I'm on my phone. I just want you to know I'm there. So I'll mute because I'm up on a mountain property.
Thank you, Co-Chairman Nicholas. As I was remarking, the information you received today comes to you pursuant to Wyoming Statute 2113-309U. This information is kind of a three-pronged presentation. The first information you'll hear from LSO staff. The second will be from your legislative consultant, Dr. Christiana Stoddard. And then the third piece of information will be from the Wyoming Department of Education. LSO tracks the funding from the K-12 education resource block grant model, as well as the historical external cost adjustments that have been enacted by the legislature. And we also update the annual cost indices that are recommended to you from your consultants during the recalibration efforts. Dr. Stoddard will review.
Yeah, you might have to go that way and turn around and come back. Oh, you can. I've done it before.
Co-chairman Nicholas, you're not on mute.
You can just feel free to use that liberally.
Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Stoddard will provide the committee's information on the cost pressures related to the teacher labor market. And we primarily, in years in between recalibrations, only focus on the teacher labor markets. The more robust analysis of non-teacher positions is performed during your recalibration efforts. And then the Wyoming Department of Education provides information on how school districts allocate the funding models resources as compared to the distribution through the formula. Mr. Chairman, as you indicated, the goal at the end of this meeting is for the Joint Education Interim Committee to make a recommendation to the Joint Appropriations Committee. That by law has to be done by October 15th. The Joint Appropriations Committee then has a statutory deadline of November 1st to make its own independent recommendation to the legislature and the governor, and it has to be done by November 1st. So with that, Mr. Chairman, those are just kind of the opening comments. I'll be speaking from Material Index Item 2-01. It's titled "The Monitoring the Cost Basis of the K-12 Wyoming Funding Model." I've kind of outlined the first page that summarizes the process, but to give you a little bit more history, this process started as a result of the 2011 interim and subsequent legislation where the legislature primarily enacted a single cost index and applied that to the funding model for inflationary pressures between your 2005 recalibration to the 2010 recalibration. And as part of that process, the legislature requested additional, more detailed information. And so that process yielded a more structured evaluation of cost pressures on your K-12 funding model. And it focused on 4 categories. And those 4 categories were, or are, professional staff, non-professional staff, energy, and educational materials. And so that process brought forth this monitoring report and information provided from LSO, Department of Education, and your consultants on the teacher labor market. And it provides you more detailed information to make your policy decision related to the external cost adjustment in years between the recalibrations. On page 2, under Table 1, these represent the external cost adjustments applied or enacted into the K-12 funding model since school year 2001-2 through this current school year 2022-23. As I've indicated in the narrative, the school year 2022-23 ECAs applied to the educational materials and energy categories are not sustained, meaning they are not going forward to school year 23-24 and beyond. And so that's one policy option you have at the end of the day, is to whether or not you want to sustain those or not, or increase them or not. Mr. Chairman, the other piece that we do in this monitoring report, and it's on page 4 in Table 2, is estimate to the best of our abilities the difference between the statutory model, and that's what's enacted in by law. That's the legislative model, or what we reference in this report to as the statutory model, and the evidence-based model. And that is the recommendations that this legislature has received from Picus Audit and Associates since the 2006-07 school year. The LSO estimates the cost of the evidence-based model by applying the cost indices recommended by them on a cumulative basis in between recalibrations. And then the statutory model reflects current law going forward. On page 5, I offer a couple observations for estimated school year 23-24 funding. Its funding level based on current law is $1,515,800,000, and it's a net increase of $14.3 million. But that considers the following items. One is that the 2022-23
Matt,
ECA.
let me stop you. I've lost track of where you are.
Mr. Chairman, I'm on page 5. I'm discussing the paragraph underneath figure 2.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, the estimated funding for next school year will increase approximately $14.3 million, but there's some caveats or some observations I wanted to share at how that increases. The first is we assume under current law, as it's written, the ECA for energy and utilities will not be carried forward. So that is a reduction of $10.2 million. The second is, as standard practice, LSO assumes reimbursements for special education, transportation, and other minor reimbursement categories will increase approximately 4%. New this year, based upon the State Loan and Investment Board's action of approving 3 charter schools, those will cost the state approximately $13.9 million. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, the fourth category are just the other normal model updates will reduce funding approximately $3 million.
Okay. Committee, we're going to do questions as we go through, and this is a good point. Representative Conley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wilmarth, I'm curious if you had done a chart with ECAs included in it. That if we had passed them, if we had sustained them, what would the graph look like?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Conley, no, I have not. These statutory levels of funding reflect what was enacted in law in prior years or what's enacted in law for the next year.
Okay. I hear somebody, but I didn't hear who
Here,
it was.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt and members, back on page 4, on table 2. So 21-22 school year. 1.521 billion, right? 1.521 million. That drops by 20 million in this current school year. Is that, my first question is that, was that because the personnel ECA was time limited? Is that why we dropped 20 million in expenses?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Harshman, the school year 21-22 difference of, is that what you're looking at, the
Yeah, that
$29.7
$20
million?
million
Correct. So the ECAs that were enacted for school years 2021 and 21-22 were time limited. They were not sustained. You can see that in.
So what does that contribute then? My next question, Mr. Chairman. So what is the model base salary now after that was not did it drop? So if you're going to offer a teacher, I mean, what are we funding districts to hire new teachers?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the base salary for all the positions in my analysis. I do have in the back of the report, I do have average model salaries that we allocate in table 4 on page 7.
I think that's what I call a leading question, but I think it's 37,500 now. I think it dropped $500 over those 2 years, but that, you can look that up and kind of verify at the committee. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, on that table 2, So estimated for next year, it goes up $14 million. Correct? You just said that, and you covered that, and I just want to flip over to page 5 and that footnote 4. So that, really, that entire increase is because of the 3 charter schools that we passed this bill. And I guess which I think we all, we voted for it, whatever, we passed it, but I don't think there was any footnote on that bill. It was 14 million bucks. I think we'd all pause a little more. Any more comments on that? You see where I'm looking at, Mr. Chairman, the bottom page 5, footnote 4? Okay.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Harshman, to take your last question first, I'm assuming the fiscal note, I think I probably wrote that fiscal note, was likely indeterminable. And it would, to put a dollar amount on a charter school being approved by the State Loan Investment Board, we don't know what action that body would have taken. We don't know which districts those charter schools would have been approved in. And so those all have indeterminable impacts.
Okay, following up on that, you're saying you're estimating an impact from the charter schools of 13.9 million. Now, some of that is we believe that the charter schools are going to bring in some students who are not now in the public school system, presumably being homeschooled or in some other in a private school. And those are going to obviously increase the costs. What else is going on there? Because the other students are simply being diverted from the public school, and I don't see an additional cost there unless some double counting going on. So can you explain what's going on here a little more carefully?
You bet, Mr. Chairman. So footnote 4 outlines LSO's assumptions under that estimate. For the 2 charter schools approved in Laramie County School District Number 1 and Natrona County School District Number 1, we assume 50% of the students will be new to the district or new to the system. In the charter school approved in Platte County School District Number 1, we only assume 10% of the estimated enrollment to be new to the system. For the first year a charter school is operational, it is funded under a double ADM count, and that's pursuant to statute. And so that's primarily why the funding is more substantial than what it will be in the following years. But those enrollments we used from their applications to the State Loan and Investment Board, and then we just assumed not all of the students enrolled in those in those schools would be new to the system, but some of them will likely be, and that's based upon some of the information contained in the applications.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, just if I can follow up, close out.
Okay, and then Representative Walters.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So back on page 4 on table 2, so the cost of the model, the statutory model, it's the middle set of numbers, has gone from 1.526 to 1.521 to 1.501. Now, those are time-limited ECAs primarily that have disappeared. So the average starting model teacher salary went from 38,000 now down to 37.5, I believe is the number. And this model now is projected to go up to 1.515, mainly because we're adding 3 schools. And that doesn't count any construction issues if we got to do any work on that. So I just want to make sure I understand that as I looked at this and read through more to page 5. So that's how I think I understand. Is that correct, Mr. Wilmar?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Harshman, correct. The statutory model and both the evidence-based model take into consideration of decreased enrollments as well. Wyoming's lost some enrollment in the past couple of years. But yes, primarily the statutory model's decrease is due to the fact prior external cost adjustments have not been sustained, or either they were halved in one year and then not sustained the following year. And you can see in 2023-24, the decrease that I've outlined, not sustaining the energy and the educational materials, is a decrease of $10.2 million.
Okay, Senator Walters, Representative Walters, then Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that charter school 13.9, does that also include the lease the state pays for the physical structures they'll use and that side of the equation as well?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Walters, no, this does not include anything on the leasing side. Leases under the current structure of the statute are not paid by the state until after 3 years of successful operation as determined by their board. So no, the leasing of the facilities is not included, and I think there's different arrangements. I believe in Natrona County School District number 1, that charter schools proposed to use a old elementary school that the school district sold to the city. In Platte County School District number 1, the facility that is proposed to use is the old elementary school in Chugwater. And then I'm not sure that Laramie 1's charter school has identified a facility yet.
Following that up, so then in year 3 of all of these, under the assumption that they're all successful, then the state would start paying those leases to whoever the leaseholder is.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Walters, that is correct. If a lease is being paid on that, the state would then provide for that lease under the requirements of the statute.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, who? Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, my question, Matt, is I would assume those charter schools would resource custodial help as well as a few other things, right? As far as, what all goes into that, but I'm sure custodians is based upon square footage or something like that, if my memory serves me.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, the schools in their first year of operation are based upon the average cost of a student in that district under the current formula within the Department of Education's operation of that statute. So based on the formula, correct, they're being resourced kind of a per student amount, not including reimbursements for those students. And so you are correct, under the operation of that statute, yes, they're being resourced operations and maintenance staff for that school.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Do I hear?
Yes, it's Senator Perkins.
And then I need to go down here.
Is that Matt? I got a couple questions, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Matt, just following up again on the charter school, I thought I heard you talk about that for the first, I think you said 3 years, something about double ADM for charter school students. Did I hear that correctly?
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Perkins, the first year of funding a charter school receives double funding for the enrollment in that school. That is the first, that's the only time or only instance the double funding of those students occurs.
And again, so that's, let's say that if they've got 100 enrolled students, then they get paid as though they get funding as though there's 200 students for that first year.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the follow up, and then the other question I had was, there's something in the back of my mind that when the SLIP board approved these 3 charter schools, that somehow they were limited to something like 85% of what the of what the statutory model was or something along that lines? Does that ring any bells? I'm just curious how that worked.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that is only in the case that the charter school and the school district cannot agree to the funding amount allocated within the block grant. And charter schools are entitled to 100% of the school level resources that it generates through the funding model. So it'd only be in the instance that they can't agree on providing special education services or transportation services. But there is a provision in the law that the 80%, and that might only be for the online schools. Mr. Chairman, Tanya is going to research the details of the 80%, but
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I thought that I heard it was like 85%, and I just wasn't sure exactly how that would work when in light of some of the other requirements that were in the statute. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tanya?
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, I'm going to recognize Tanya, and then I'm going to ask a question, and then we're going to go to Senator Kinski, and then I think we have some others that want a recognition. Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins, that provision is 21.3.314 F, Romanets 1 and 2. And Matt is correct, it's 80% if you're an in-person school and 65% if it's a full-time virtual charter education program. And exactly as Mr. Wilmarth reported, it's in the event that the school district cannot reach an agreement with the charter school regarding funding.
Okay. Yeah, that's correct. That's where that comes from. And the hope was that the charter school and the school district would agree. I don't think the charter school gets double funding for its students. That was certainly not the intention. There's a provision in there, it's a cash flow provision that enables them to get funding in that first year. And the school district funding does taper off if it either comes through the school district, if the pupils are counted there, and then it's in that budget. So I don't think there's a double funding that the charter school actually gets.
Mr. Chairman, the statute requires that the enrollment on March 1st and then October 1st is double counted for funding purposes of the charter school for the first year.
How did that happen? That was intended as I think a cash flow situation. I think it may have been misinterpreted.
Mr. Chairman, it's been that way for some time. It's not a new provision.
Okay, it's
It's
not a
been
new
there
provision.
for some time.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's how the original charter school legislation worked, and it was to some degree, trying to recognize the initial startup costs of a new operating educational facility. So that was already in place. We passed the legislation last year. It's clear that that wasn't considered as one of the provisions, which is why we end up with a $14 million price increase as part of it. The question that I have, though, actually is the relationship, Mr. Chairman, between the 80% provision and the double payment, because the 80% provision is 80% going to the charter school, 20% remaining to the district. It's not as if the state saves the money. And I guess I'm a little curious. I assume it's 80% of the 200% of ADM that goes to the school, and the district would keep the other 20% of the 200% if there's no agreement. Is that the way it's structured? That's kind of in the weeds a little bit. We don't have to know now. We'll figure that out later. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Office, part of the Joint Education Committee's November agenda is to look at both special education and transportation funding. We can come back at the November meeting and see how that operates.
Okay, we have down here Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, not wanting to get into the weeds too far, so stop me if I do, but I'd like to kind of go back to what Representative Walters was asking on the leases as we move forward. My recollection is that we have some criteria on leasing of buildings for school districts. do the charter schools have to comply with those same type of requirements, or what kind of side rails do we have on charter schools for their leasing endeavors?
Mr. Chairman, they're laid out in statute, and in general, the building has to provide an adequate level of building to provide the educational program. The lessor is required to maintain the building as required under State Construction Department adequacy standards or the School Facilities Commission's adequacy standards. The cost per square foot has to be comparable to a similar building. So you're not just paying whatever the lessor requires, but it has to be evaluated in a similar cost per square foot amongst other buildings. And just to end on that, one other item, if a charter school is being provided a lease payment, it is not included within the major maintenance calculation. The lessor is required to maintain that building in a manner that does not require the major maintenance.
Mr. Chairman, how do we do that if, in some of our smaller schools, that's probably the biggest building in town, or in an area, do we find it difficult to find a comparable when they're looking at leasing, or do they just reach out broader when they're looking for that?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, I would have to follow up with the State Construction Department to see what like buildings they compare that to.
Okay. I had somebody down here wanted to recognize. Okay, Sendikinski online. Okay, go ahead. Sendikinski.
Just following up on the cash flow issue, the double ADM in year one. I just wanted to confirm my understanding with either my colleagues or with Matt or Tanya. The statute specifically says a charter school must be a brand new school. Somebody that's already up and running cannot come in and apply for a charter. And so by restriction of the statute, they have to have some means of starting up, cash flow means of starting up. Am I correct that you have to be a brand new operation to be eligible for charter school funding? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinski, if a school district initiates a charter school, they are not eligible for the double funding. Otherwise, the charter school would be initiated by a non-school district entity, and it is subject to the double funding.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. If I can, I didn't hear the answer to that. I thought, in fact, I looked at the application that somebody has to submit for a charter school, and they have to certify, at least in the case of the ones that go to the state board, that they are a brand new school, that they're not an existing school. They also have to certify that they won't teach any religion, but that's not germane. But my understanding is part of the reason for the double ADM year one is the startup costs. So is that just on the state chart, on the ones that go to the state board for approval that have to be brand new?
No, let me see if I can explain. The outfit that potentially wouldn't be brand new is a charter that was being initiated by the school district. And they would not get the double funding because they are an ongoing concern. The others would be brand new. That's my understanding of it. Is that correct, Matt?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinski, correct. So if a charter school is approved by the State Loan and Investment Board or the charter school that it resides in, it is subject to the double funding, which includes the startup costs in that first initial year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay. Have we covered all the questions on the charter school? Let me ask a question, a different subject. How on the table on page 4 and subsequent ones, how do federal funds play into that?
Mr. Chairman, we do not include federal funds in either analysis, the evidence-based model or the statutory model.
And that's all the federal funds, including the historic Title I, they're outside of all this, as well as these temporary stimulus things that we got in the various stimulus acts. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay, so that, keep in mind, committee, there is, the federal funds are not, you aren't seeing them here. They're very real in the school district, but you aren't seeing them here.
Mr. Chairman,
Conley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. But federal funds are very different, and they're for very specific purposes, like reading, Title I reading programs, school lunches, things like that. They're not part of the model, nor any, so I'm curious about your questioning regarding those federal funds, because honestly, they always have been, and I think are irrelevant in terms of how we think about these issues.
And I'm going to get myself probably in trouble with certain of the members, but let me say that I don't think they're irrelevant. I think the Title I funds have been wisely used over the years by our districts trying to help, particularly with some of the reading programs, and do have some significant value, and have helped us quite a bit. Some of the more recent stimulus funds, I have my questions as to whether they have been helpful at all in some instances. But the real question is, are you seeing everything here and you're not seeing the federal funds?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz.
Okay, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you. So going back to the calculations, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, I believe that in the first year, the ADM is based on an estimate that was submitted in their application. How, in the years following, how is the ADM calculated? It's not a 3-year average, it's just the previous year?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Schwartz, my understanding is for the first 3 years, the charter school's ADM is updated annually based upon its enrollment. After the first 3 years, then it utilizes the district's ADM calculation, which is the greater of the 3-year average or the prior year ADM, whichever is greater. Charter schools are also benefited in the case it expands grades. So for example, I believe the two charter schools, the ones in Laramie County School District number 1 and Natrona County School District number 1 are proposing a K-6 school. I would assume those schools would expand a grade each year after they initially open. And so that enrollment for that year that they open would be adjusted until they go up to a K-12 school. So the statute provides for the first 3 years, the ADM to be based on the enrollment. And then after 3 years, based upon the greater of the 3-year average or the prior year ADM, whichever is greater. And then if in the case that the grade span increases, that year that it increases, that enrollment is used for that year in which the grade was expanded. So it's a little convoluted until they're a full K-12 school.
Thank
Or
you.
until they stop expanding.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To follow up on Representative Schwartz's question a little bit, and it might be valuable as we're looking at this at the next meeting to see a projection now that we have some expectations of what these 3 charter schools look like. And not just 1 year out. Maybe let's look at 5 or 10 years of projected budget, assuming that they grow into their additional grades. This is precisely the thing we probably should have talked about and worked through before we passed the bill, but we apparently had to pass it before we could read it and implement it and understand it. So here we are, but I know that there's still going to be a lot more discussion about a desire to have more of these schools. And I think it would be beneficial for us to actually understand the financial implications of opening additional charter schools and a recognition that it's not a one-time cost. So inclusive on that, we need to understand a little bit about the transportation costs, which are not in these figures. They should, according to statute, they should also be engaged in special education, and they shouldn't be exclusive of special education. So there may be additional special education costs, although at 100% reimbursement, assuming that you're not bringing on too many new students, maybe that's not that significant, not like new bus routes would be. But if we could do an analysis of several years out and what the differential cost of these 3 new charter schools are, I think that would be helpful as this education committee hopefully digs into this a little bit deeper before we approve additional schools.
Mr. Wilmarth, and suggest that take a careful look at the statutes. My understanding is that in special ed, it's 100% reimbursement. And it really isn't going to make any difference whether the child is enrolled in the charter school or the public school. We're going to be stuck with their expenses. It should be, no matter where they go. And would that be subject under these statutes to negotiation between the charter and the school district as to who's actually going to provide those special ed services? Because I know we already do provide some special ed services to non-public schools. I have seen that done and believe that's the current practice.
Mr. Chairman, and to Senator Office's question, we'll provide some analysis for the November meeting related to that. With regards to the special education costs, I think that's kind of the charge of the Education Committee, was to ferret out what the responsibilities of the district and the charter school for both transportation and special education to clear up any misunderstandings on that.
Representative Harrison.
Just to add to that too, what were in the applications that were, I'm just reading, the applications approved by the state loan, how many students were in these applications? I mean, you're basing that on number of students. Do you recall that? And so where I'm going with this, maybe when you come to us in November, you can give us the cost per student, look at it too. What is how many students are we talking about? 200 maybe?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Harshman, I believe the 2 larger charter schools were about 400 students each,
Okay.
and the smaller one was about 80 students.
So about 900 there total. Okay, thank you.
And my understanding is the Casper one is close to having got commitments for that number of students right now. Okay, any further questions on these charts? Any further questions? Matt, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the with those points, the funding between the evidence-based model and the statutory model, as you can see in Table 2, has expanded since the 2020 recalibration, or the first year after the recalibration, school year 21-22, from just under $30 million difference to an estimated $54 million this year, to approximately $90.8 million difference next school year. Within the evidence-based model, it assumes the same charter school law. It assumes the reimbursement at 4% increase, but it does not assume that ECAs are not sustained. It applies the ECAs for both professional and non-professional staff, and energy, and educational materials. And it does it in a compounded interest or inflationary adjustment manner.
Okay. If we're going to take the old ECAs that have not been, that were so-called one-time, and fund those, how much is that going to I want to say cost, but it's all already built in. How much are we going to have to change the current law in terms of the appropriations to do that?
Mr. Chairman, looking forward from the 2020 recalibration, if you were to sustain your recommended ECAs for educational materials, energy, and professional and non-professional staff, it cost approximately $70 million. That assumes that you would sustain your ECA that you provided for educational materials this school year. You would add on ECAs for next school year, and then you would also apply 2 years worth of staff ECAs.
So just to keep even, we have to have a bill that authorizes approximately 70 million of spending. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, not necessarily $70 million worth of spending. It would provide an external cost adjustment in those amounts to the educational resource block grant model. That would increase in total the model by $70 million. Recall, you don't send out just the $70 million for 3 capture districts and entitlement payments. It's a combination of local revenue and state revenue.
Okay, but it's going to have to authorize that much more spending just to stay even. Is that a correct understanding, or am I missing something?
Mr. Chairman, correct.
Okay. Representative Larson.
Thank you, but Matt, they pulling out the local contributions, any feel of what that, of that 70 million, what that general fund appropriation would require?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, we will run those analyses after the legislature decides on what it wants to apply as an ECA. It would also take into consideration the most recent, Craig assessed valuation estimates. We would also, in January, take in consideration current enrollments. It may be higher, may be lower. We would rerun all that analysis based upon whatever the legislature's policy decision is on ECA, what the budget bill would need to appropriate from the school foundation program account. The budget authorization may not need a change based upon assessed valuations of local school districts, but you would need to amend your budget bill to put in place an external cost adjustment. There's just too many unknowns at this point on what the entitlement payments that are authorized underneath your, or within your budget bill would be, given assessed valuations and whatever the cost of the external cost adjustment would be.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Okay.
And in the same breath, we're sitting here saying, how do we make that decision on how much we fund if we don't know? Right? Am I making sense there, Matt? Or
Mr. Chairman, are you trying to identify how much available revenue you have?
exactly. So as we contemplate that we do an ECA, and from what I'm hearing you say is it takes into account all resources coming in to fund that model. And what we're, I think, looking at from this committee's point is then how do we allocate in our budget for those general fund resources that are going to have to be committed to education? How do we make a determination of what that is, and full or partial full? And so just trying to get a feel of what that number might be.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, the estimated $70 million, there would be sufficient funds within your school foundation program account in the 23-24 biennium to pay for that. What I can't tell you today is how much of the $70 million would be paid by state school foundation program dollars and how much would be paid for by local revenues. We'll have to rerun those analyses, but regardless, the block grant funding would go up $70 million. How it's paid for, whether it's from state funds or local revenues, I can't tell you today.
Let me see if I'm understanding this correctly. When I look at the statutory model figures on the chart on page 4 and see 1.5 billion roughly, I'm looking at both state and local resources, but not the federal ones. And the 70 million is how much the combination of state and local would increase. And you have to do a special analysis to figure out how much of that has to be appropriated from what source at the state level. Is that a correct understanding of what we're seeing here? But we do have to authorize the changes that are going to result in that 70 million thing, or it doesn't happen.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay. Committee, does that make sense to everybody? Because this is, I know it lost me in the curves last night trying to puzzle it out. It's more than a little complicated. Further questions? Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the next analyses that are provided within this report compare the non-personnel resources for educational materials and energy. So on page 6, table 3, what we try to illustrate here are the differences by non-personnel component between the evidence-based model and the statutory model. For this school year, 22-23, you can see that difference in total is only about $300,000. However, next year, when we apply the cost indices to the evidence-based model for energy and educational materials, the difference increases to approximately $33.26 million. The reason for that is because the ECAs under the current school year are not sustained, and then additional ECAs are applied to the evidence-based model. So the educational materials difference is about 16.5 million, and the utilities or energy difference is about 16.77 million, for a total of $33.26 million difference. This year, you're about even in total. Next school year, when you don't sustain the ECAs and you apply the ECAs to the evidence-based model, that difference grows to $33.26 million. That $33.26 million of the $90.8 million equates to about 37%. So it just kind of gives you, just on non-personnel items, the difference between the $90.8 million, or the evidence-based model, and the statutory model. That difference is made up, 37% of that difference is made up from on non-personnel items.
Okay, you've lost me totally on the curve here. And committee, bear with me. Just trying to understand.
To put it another way, Mr. Chairman, of the $90.8 million difference, $33.26 million is attributable to non-personnel items within the block grant, which is equivalent to 37% of the difference.
Okay, the 90 million, if I look on the table 2 chart, there's I see at the very bottom of it, a $90.8 million difference between what's labeled the statutory model and what's the consultant's recommendation. You're saying of that, how much of that is ECAs that aren't coming forward? Is that part of that?
Mr. Chairman, what I'm trying to illustrate there is that the evidence-based model with the ECA sustained from school year 22-23 and applied for 23-24, that accounts for $33.26 million difference from what your current law is.
Mm-hmm.
It is primarily due to the ECAs.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to be just plain slow on this because I do not understand it. The prior year ECAs were going to cost 70 million and they've turned into 33 million, or is it separate ECAs that you're talking about here?
Mr. Chairman, I'm only isolating on the non-personnel ECAs first.
Okay, so the non-personnel ECAs, both the ones that we've enacted for temporary times that we have to include in that 70 million figure we were talking about earlier, plus additional? Is that right?
No, Mr. Chairman, let me try this one more time.
I apologize. I'm being slow here, and maybe I'm doing the committee an injustice by figuring if I can't understand it, they can't either.
Part of
So
the-
Speak
yeah.
up, committee, if you all understand it, and I need to talk to him offline to deal with being slow on this.
So, Mr.
Keep
Chairman,
at it, Charlie. Senator Scott, keep at it.
Mr. Chairman, the analysis assumes in the evidence-based model, we apply an ECA to the non-personnel items and the personnel items. So when we compare the funding difference of $98 million, we only assume the statutory model is based upon current law. The legislature has not sustained the ECA from this school year. We assume under the evidence-based model that the ECA that was applied last year by the legislature is sustained, and then the change in the educational materials and energy is applied for next school year.
Okay, so we're looking at both personnel and the non-personnel parts. We're assuming the 70 million in previous ECAs is in that total 90 million figure plus, no,
No,
what am I missing?
Mr. Chairman, if the legislature were to apply ECAs, the past 2 years of ECAs, or the school year 2022-23 ECAs for energy and utilities, if they sustain that for next school year, then if the legislature were to apply changes in personnel cost indices for the past 2 years, one for this school year that was not applied to the funding model, and then apply what was the change for this past year for next school year, the total cost would be $70 million for next school year. And maybe I'll just skip to.
Mr. Chairman, this is Albert.
Albert, can you help us out here? 'Cause I'm
Mr.
lost.
Chairman, maybe and maybe not. I understand what it means, but as you mentioned, the 70 million, which was the price tag that was brought forth for a sustained ECA. Now, Matt, I may be wrong, but the 33 million would be that portion of that 70 million that is for energy and supplies and materials. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, not exactly. Based upon current law, when we compared the school year 2023-24 evidence-based model to the statutory model, the difference between the non-personnel categories is $33 million.
Representative Overmuller.
Mr. Chairman?
You may have professional abilities the rest of us lack.
No, Mr. Chairman, I wish I could claim that, but I'm also somewhat confused. I do have a question though, Mr. Chairman. Matt, on table 3, in the second section of that for the year 2023-24, in the statutory model, those numbers, what are those numbers pointing to? What's the source of that particular column? It's a historical number. What I'm guessing is pointing to some historical framework.
Mr. Chairman, are you looking at the table 3 you said?
Yes, table 3, the estimated, the last 3 columns, and then it's in the middle columns, the statutory model. Of course, that is less than the statutory model in the first 3 columns, but I'm assuming this because of the non-sustainability issue. So where is this pointing to? Those numbers come from somewhere.
Mr. Chairman, this is coming from your legislative or statutory model. This school year, for those categories, your funding model is allocating $185.46 million for all the non-personnel model components that I've outlined in that table. Next school year, that amount is estimated to be $176.33 million. That is because the ECA adopted by the legislature this year is not sustained. The reason you see the evidence-based model increase from 185.77 million this year to $209.59 million next year is because I assume that those categories will be adjusted by an ECA next school year. So
just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, in the first three columns, that statutory model, a total of 185. And then in the second group, it's dropped to 176. And that's explained by, that we just cut that number, or?
Mr. Chairman, the policy choice last year by the legislature was to not sustain ECA provided.
Right,
So Mr. Chairman, so that number went back to the previous school
There you
year? Is
go.
that where it's coming from? Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand.
There you go.
Thank
Correct. So the values under the 23-24 column would actually be what was funded in school year, well, I'll do without an ECA.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
Drew, help us out here.
well, no, I think Senator, or excuse me, Representative Overmuller just did. So the 33 million that I believe the 33 million he's talking about, which are non-personnel models, are referenced in table 3, correct, Matt?
Correct, Chairman Perkins.
And so what happened was last year we did the ACA, but we only did the ECA for non-personnel model components. We only did an ECA for that, and we only did it for 1 year. So there was no ECA moving forward for 23-24. That's why when you look at table 3, you see the statutory model, and Representative Obermuller just went through this, but if you look at that total, the statutory model for the current school year we're in right now was 185,046, or excuse me, 185 million and change. And so that ECA is not sustained. It went away. We only did it for 1 year. And because of that, the statutory model for next school year, drops to, for non-personnel components, is 176.33 million. And that's why when you see the difference between the evidence-based model, which is you look at inflation, we've had significant inflation over the last months, and looking forward, they believe the evidence-based model will climb on these non-personnel components to 209, almost 210 million, or excuse me, $210 million. But the statutory model reverts back to what it was before, leaving a difference of about 33 million. So in other words, if we were to just simply do an ECA for the non-personnel component for next year, we would have to have just that portion of the ECA that we would have to approve in legislation this coming session would be 33 million and change. Correct, Matt?
Chairman Perkins, correct. And I will make this a little bit more complicated. And I don't intend to, but if you were to apply the ECAs that were provided for this school year and then whatever the changes for next year, it's actually $37 million because there's different prices and components between and formulas for some of these components. But you would close the gap of $33 million and actually fund a little bit more than the $33 million if you were to apply the ECA cost indices for those categories. Let me give you an example. The student activities formula under the evidence-based model is not the same formula under the legislative or the statutory model. There's differences between the utilities formula under the evidence-based model and the statutory model. It would be close, but if you were to apply the 2 years worth of ECAs for next school year, it costs about $37 million. But it would close the gap between the $33 million difference.
Representative Larson.
So Matt, you know, we talk about the evidence-based model and statutory model. I think it's, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's important to remember that every time we as a legislature tweak something, pass a bill to include an ECA or to reduce an ECA, we've just impacted the legislative model. And so this legislative model isn't out there unadulterated. We get our sticky fingers on it. We manipulate it every time we pass a bill. And so then that's why we find that ebbs and flows between the legislative model and the evidence-based model. And this 33 million is a result of us changing, again, the legislative model and creating a wider gap. And so that, if I'm understanding correct, that 33 million then brings us, if we pass it, then we'd be readjusting the legislative model again to be more in alignment with the evidence-based model. Yes or no?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, to the most part. Like I said, there are different formulas for some components in both models, but all we're trying to do is just demonstrate between these components what's the difference between your consultant's model, evidence-based model, and what you're funding school districts. And again, this is looking prospectively. We're trying to illustrate the impact of inflation from this school year to next school year. How much has inflation impacted your evidence-based model to your statutory model? And if the legislature wants to make a policy to increase funding for these components, we're trying to estimate what the cost would be and what the difference between your consultant's recommendations are through the evidence-based model and what the difference is between your legislative or statutory model. That's the purpose that we're trying to illustrate in this table, is trying to demonstrate on a component basis for these non-personnel items what the difference is between your evidence-based model in total and your statutory model. How each of those models arrive at the total dollars amounts differs. They're not the same formulas in some cases. Example, if you look at short cycle assessments, that's not a component within the statutory model. It is part of your evidence-based model. But we're just trying to illustrate, of these non-personnel components, what is the difference? And how much is inflation, or what will inflation increase your evidence-based model as compared to your statutory model? So as you make a policy decision on an external cost adjustment, if you want to target certain components or certain categories within the model, how much do you want to, how much will an ECA change the difference between your evidence-based model and your statutory model?
Representative Overmiller.
I'm really going to ask a basic question here. Feel like a real newbie with this one, but the legislative model versus statutory model, are they the same or are there distinctions to be made?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Overmiller, there are many differences between the two models. Many class sizes, salary levels. As I indicated, short cycle assessments, student activities formulas, utilities formulas. There are many different components that are different. And that's, you know, the consultants just provide you recommendations. The legislature has made policy decisions since 2005's recalibration on what it wants to see as its formula.
Mr. Chairman?
Just
Represent-
briefly,
Senator.
Matt, instructional facilitators would be a good illustrative example if you just wanted to provide that for Representative Overmiller, if you can remember all of the hoops that were jumped through. But as far as a clear delineation between evidence and statutory, it's a good case study.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Senator Office, instructional facilitators under the statutory model is funded at 30% of the recommended formula under the evidence-based model. So that's an example. As a
Mr. Chairman,
personnel.
just to interrupt for a second. So the legislative model and the evidence-based are the same?
No.
I mean, we're talking,
Mr.
What
Chairman,
is- where is the
when I say
legislative-
legislative model or statutory model, those are synonymous with one another. The evidence-based model is what your consultants have recommended as its
Yeah.
level of adequacy to fund the educational program in Wyoming.
so Mr. Chairman, did I ask the original question wrong about the difference between the legislative model and the statutory model?
Mr. Chairman, those are synonymous with one
Okay,
another.
that's what my original question was. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could, Mr. Chairman, take us back.
Go ahead.
Okay, page 5, members, just on figure 2. And you also have this graphed out, I think, on the page before it on table 2. So table 2 and figure 2 are really the same information, but you can see where, Mr. Chairman, where the two intersect, in school year 16, 17, 18. And that's really when we took a $250 million hit within 30 days on our budget. Steepest, sharpest drop in Wyoming's history, more so than even the COVID thing. And that started that. And then COVID comes, and you see what's happened here is we basically quit giving ECAs. And when we did, we gave time-limited ECAs. And that the evidence-based model, we recalibrated in 17 using a different system, not the evidence-based. Remember the statutory or the statistical and some other model. There's 3 ways to come up with this. They all looked at increases. So we stayed with what we do with evidence-based. But the evidence-based has continued to truck along with inflation. And that's why you see it continually inching up, and we've flattened this thing out. And that's really with no ECAs. And a little bit it's probably lost enrollment, but most of it is non-sustained ECAs is what I would think from the last 4, 5, 6 years. Is that correct, Mr. Wilmar?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Harshman, the last sustained ECA was in school year 2019-20.
Yeah. And how many sustained ECAs have we given since 2010?
Mr. Chairman, that's it, the 2019-20. But recall, you had a 2015 recalibration, 2017-ish recalibration. 2020 was your most recent recalibration. So in between your recalibrations is when you apply ECAs or inflationary adjustments. So your recalibration is kind of reset when you apply ECAs.
Right.
But 2019-20 was the last sustained ECA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So if you base ECA off the difference between the evidence-based model and the statutory model, you're not only picking up for inflation, you're funding a model that we've rejected. Is that right? Am I missing something here?
Mr. Chairman, no, an ECA does not fund a model that you've rejected. An ECA applies an inflationary adjustment to your statutory or legislative model. What this analysis does is compares your funding as a legislature to what your consultants have recommended. With that funding model having inflationary adjustment also applied.
So, Mr. Chairman, so in short, and I'm looking now at this, that was distributed to the committee, this motion that is going to be made by Majority Floor Leader in the House later at the appropriate time. Even if that is successful, the 70 million, it'll still be 20 million less than the evidence-based model. We're still going to be underneath on that graph that we talked about, the dotted line, we're still going to be underneath it.
Right, and Mr. Chairman and Representative Harshman, that's correct. And you can see under school year 2020-21, really how I would phrase this is your 2020 recalibration recommended funding about $20 million more or in excess of what the current legislative model or statutory model was at. So the $20 million is really a recalibration or a formula difference between the two approaches. And then the remaining differences are attributable to ECAs or inflation.
Yeah. But even if that motion is successful, Mr. Chairman, we'll still be underneath that dotted line on page 5.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Simpson here.
Representative Simpson, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go back to table 3. I'd like to make an observation. Representative Larson talked about as the legislature tweaks the model, and particularly ECAs, specifically how that affects the flow of the data. I'd like to point out that, so I'm looking at the bottom row, the total on table 3. So we look for the current year, we've got the 185 compared to the 185. And so the two models are relatively almost perfect right now. So going forward, the fact that we did not issue and continue the ECA took the 185.46 and then jump your rows over 1, 2, 3 columns. That's the 176. So we effectively hurt the ECA by 9 million there. But the big number of the 33 actually is the number to the left, the 209. That's all about inflation. And so we've got roughly 25 million of the 33 that is simply outside of our control. So it isn't like we tweak things and we ended up with a $33 million bust here on these non-personnel model components. We tweaked it a little bit, but it's really inflation is the one that's hammered it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins.
Yes, Senator Perkins. And
so with what Representative Simpson just said, I mean, if you look at that, I mean, the last year on these items, again, we've only funded the ECA for that 1 year, and we funded it with, you know, it was $1 million less just on these items. We didn't fund the personnel model items. We only funded ECA for 1 year. So again, the reason it jumps up so high is we underfunded a little bit last year, but then we did not carry that forward. So we start with no increase for inflation last year and no increase for inflation carried forward for the coming school year. And that's why we're $33 million light on the statutory model versus the evidence model. Now there's some other things that enter into that make that number a little bit higher. But that's what it comes down to. We just simply, last year we didn't fund an ECA. We didn't give a cost of living adjustment, if you will, for these items going forward. We just did it for 1 year. And then we said, we'll deal with this again next year. And so now it's next year. And we're starting with no ECA, no inflation recognition of last year's in the current model going forward. And then no inflation for the current year between now and next year, looking forward. So we in order to just get back, we've got to fund again what we did for this current year, plus the additional inflation to get us anywhere close to the 33 million, 37 million that you need for these non-personnel item components. Obviously, personnel is a whole nother issue, and we've got to get to that at some point this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
okay, who have I missed at this point? Senator Office.
Thank you. We'll probably bring this up in a moment, but looking at the circulated motion that was referenced, which is being discussed as falling slightly short, $20 million of where the model's at. I'm actually struggling to figure out where the numbers came from that are in the motion, particularly on the professional. It makes sense in the first two, but the professional labor and the non-professional labor category, I can't find where those percentages come from, and those seem to be the source of the shortfall of 20 million relative to statutory versus evidence-based. So maybe Representative Summers can point me to that.
Mr. Chairman, in Senator Office, I'll get to that. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski,
Thank you.
can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to circle back to Representative Obermueller's question. And Matt, if you jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but Representative Obermueller, what I do to help understand all this is where it says evidence-based model, I strike through that mentally and say consultants. It's consultants' recommendation. So the court said you need a rational basis for your educational funding. So we hire these consultants. And so, for instance, on page 6, they think the ideal model for education is to spend X amount on short cycle assessments, technology and equipment, so forth, and then complicated formulas for how much you pay a teacher. So it's all driven by inputs. At no point do they ask what we get out of it. It's all inputs. But you could just say evidence-based model, say consultants. Statutory model is what we do with their recommendation. And that's how it's been styled many times. It's their recommendation, but ultimately it's the legislature's decision. Statutory model, you may also put block grant, because we take that money, that recommendation, it's kicked out, it goes to the districts, and then they spend it how they wish. So they spend less on CTE than the model recommends. They spend more on sports than the model recommends. They typically run a larger class size than the model recommends. And I believe the Supreme Court has validated that block model by leaving it to local school boards. So it's really what the consultants say, and what we decide to do with it is the way I conceptualize the two columns. I don't see that the first column, evidence-based model, is necessarily superior in any way to what we as a legislature bring to bear in our own judgment on the statutory model in terms of what's best for our students and what our resources allow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Overmule.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I appreciate that additional explanation, just rolling it back, my question had to do with the use of the term legislative model versus statutory model, and I was just curious if there was any distinction of those two. My question wasn't specifically about evidence-based model. Thank you.
Okay. Let's, at this point, proceed. Matt, as you can tell, we're having difficulty understanding. Let's finish your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next categories we look at are the professional and non-professional salaries. Table 4 on page 7 illustrates the differences between the evidence-based model and statutory model for both this school year 22-23, and school year 23-24. We again apply ECAs to the evidence-based model for both this year and next year, and show the difference between the average salaries amongst each of the model personnel components. This one's a little bit more difficult to illustrate in terms of total dollars. I'll just let those components speak for themselves. If you have questions on it, it's a similar analysis. It's just not showing it in total. It's just showing on a salary by salary difference and comparison.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Matt, is it my understanding that with the evidence-based model, looking at footnote 5, that there's just a consistent compounded % increase in those numbers?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Newsom, correct. So we have applied, and I'll get to this at the end, and this will help answer Senator Rothfuss's question as well. But we provided compounded ECA on top of the evidence-based model salaries. So I believe it's around a 3.5% increase in 22-23, and about a 1% increase or 0.5% increase in 23-24 on the evidence-based models.
And that's consistent year over year as we look at the long-term evidence-based model, look as opposed to the statutory model.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Under the statutory model for this school year, there was no personnel ECA provided. For next school year, there is no ECA provided, and that's really the purpose of the recommendation today at the end of the meeting from the Joint Education Committee will be, what does the committee want to do for inflation for both personnel and non-personnel components of the model? And so you'll have indices recommended from your consultants, or you can disregard those and do what you want. That's a policy choice on the legislature. What the consultants have provided you are for cost indices, and Mr. Chairman, that kind of gets me to table 8 or table 5 on page 8. Your consultants at your recalibration processes have recommended 4 cost indices to the 4 categories. For professional labor, Dr. Lori Taylor recommends the comparable wage index. For non-professional labor, Dr. Lori Taylor recommends the high school comparable wage index. And so the comparable wage index is the measure of variation in salaries of college-educated workers that are not educators. And then the high school comparable wage index is the systematic variation in salaries for non-educators without a college degree. For energy, she recommends a weighted average of the producer price index for commercial electrical power, the commercial natural gas, and then the light fuel oils. And then for educational materials, the producer price index for office supplies and accessories. So in table 6, this illustrates since 2009-10, the annual change in education materials cost index, as well as the weighted energy cost index. If you look at estimated school year 23-24, or the change from July 2021 to June 2022, the estimated annual change for educational materials is 12.759%. And for energy, it's 27.582%. I indicate these are estimated changes because both May and June indices produced by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics are still preliminary up until 4 months after publication. I believe this week the May indices will be finalized, and then in November they will be finalized.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins, question?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. Just looking at footnote number 7, where you're talking about the energy composite index, and just say that the cost indices in table 6 for energy category will not necessarily match the applied ECA for energy in prior years. When you say match, does that mean that you anticipate it will be lower than that, or in match in that context just means it may be a different rated indice because it's calculated a bit differently? Help me understand the word match.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Perkins. It's the latter. So in the 2020 recalibration, Dr. Taylor recommended an alternative calculation to calculate the weighted average. In 2015, there was an alternative or a different calculation. And so the energy annual change amounts reflect the new formula rather than the old formula, which in some years those were applied. And so this was for more of a continuity statement that when you look back to prior energy ECAs in which the legislature did adopt some of the recommended ECAs for utilities, it may not reflect the annual change that you see in table 6 for the energy calculation because there's a different formula. I hope that maybe it doesn't, Senator Scott doesn't appear to be clear on that. I will just, in simple terms, in the 2020 recalibration, Dr. Taylor recommended an alternative formula for energy on how to calculate the annual change in energy costs. She came up with a new formula. That is what you see in table 6. In prior recalibrations, she recommended a different formula and different cost indices to look at. Those are not reflected in table 6. Mr. Chairman, on table 7 on the last page, on page 9, this illustrates the annual change in the comparable wage index for professional staff and non-professional staff. Dr. Taylor had to update her analysis for the CWIs for this year because the BLS changed some staffing categories in its data. And so she has come up with a updated Wyoming comparable wage index and an updated Wyoming high school comparable wage index. If you look at the last 2 rows, school year 22-23 and 23-24, the annual change of 3.823% for professional staff and 0.416% for professional staff, those are the 2 ECAs that have been applied to the evidence-based model for those professional staff categories. And then on the far right column for non-professional staff, 3.701% and 1.616%. Those are the 2 ECAs that have been applied to the evidence-based model for the past 2 years. If you compound those 2, if you were to compound those past 2-year ECAs, you would get 4.254% for professional staff and 5.377% for non-professional staff. And I believe that is what Representative Summers' motion contemplates, is that you would not go back a year and apply an ECA, but you would prospectively apply the past 2 years' annual change in the comparable wage indices for staff for next school year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Matt, just to be clear, that $70 million with the proposed amendment doesn't true up the evidence-based model with the legislative model. In fact, it's $20 million short from the way I look at it.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Conley, that's correct. And again, there are many different formulas between the 2 models. There have been different policy changes between what the legislative model or the statutory model, sorry, Representative Overmuller, between the legislature's policies and what your consultants have recommended. There is quite a bit misalignment between those recommendations. And that's really how I look at this is after the 2020 recalibration, your consultants' recommendations in total called for an additional $20 million. But how that was all allocated or how it's allocated under their model as compared to the legislative model is quite different, and not only in total, but by school district.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Matt, even though I know that you can't do this kind of calculation on the back of an envelope, but would it be fair to say that the $20 million difference, so $20 million short of what we in the legislature preferred over the evidence-based model, would mostly be for personnel costs because we had a smaller student-teacher ratio, specifically in the lower grades?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Connolly, yes and no. I would say yes, the legislature has smaller class sizes than what has been recommended. However, your consultants recommended more substantial resources for summer school and extended day, instructional facilitators, counselors, tutors. I mean, there have been trade-offs for smaller class sizes and not those additional categories. And so it's just not one component. It is many components across the models.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And like I said,
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers.
Hold a minute, Albert. Go ahead, Matt.
And to Representative Connolly's point, if the legislature wanted to close that $20 million gap, you could do it through many different policy choices. You could apply additional personnel ECAs. You could change a formula for instruction facilitators in summer school and extended day. There's multiple ways the legislature, if it wanted to match in total the funding recommended by your consultants, you could have, myriad of ways to solve that difference. It's just not an ECA, but increasing other support areas within the model.
Okay, now, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And even though we haven't got to my motion yet, it's been talked about a lot. So, basically, I just wanted to deal with the ECA portion of this. That was the primary thing on the docket today. If we want to true up the model, the difference between the two models, in my opinion, that's a separate motion to make it clean. And that's something we certainly can do, but that was not my intent. My intent, our discussion today was the ECA. The intent of my motion is to bring the ECA up to date.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have
Hold a minute,
Senator Perkins, I do have a question.
Hold a minute, Drew. When he's talking about a specific motion, has that been distributed? I haven't seen it.
Mr. Chairman, it was distributed in email. We will get you a hard copy at a break.
Okay, go ahead, Drew.
Thank you. A little bit backing up just a little bit, Matt, a relatively, I think, mundane question, but when we look, we see in table 5 on the external cost adjustment categories, one of the things we see is energy. And you go back, I think, to table, I think it's table 3 or table 2, no, table 3, and you see utilities. What is the difference between energy and utilities? Besides, I understand water, but what's the difference between energy and utilities?
Mr. Chairman, the utilities category does include school districts' utility bills, but it includes just not fuel or natural gas, but it includes water, sewer, and those types of utility expenditures. Trash, all utility costs.
So, Mr. Chairman, are the energy costs, the energy costs under with this a weighted index, are they included in the utility number then?
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Perkins, the utility cost index in table 6, the far two right columns, those show the annual change in that weighted calculation for the energy cost indices of commercial electrical power, natural gas, and fuel oils. So when we look at utilities, when the evidence-based model is being adjusted by an ECA, it's being adjusted by that 27.582%. So the water utility bills or trash or garbage utility bills, they're being inflated by that same 27% amount.
All right, thank you.
Representative Larson.
So I need to draw a conclusion if I can, Matt, here on table 4, if we could, where you look at the evidence-based models for professional model. If you look at the crew report, and if the crew report shows the average salary currently, then we find that that is above what the evidence-based model is even projecting. Then the powers that be are taking those funds from someplace else in the model to allow that that rate, which is above even the evidence-based model. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, the analysis in the Department of Education's report, the continued review of educational resources in Wyoming, that is a separate analysis. That shows the average salaries within the block grant model as compared to what districts are actually paying. And how they do that is based upon their own needs and priorities. And so we can't point to say, hey, they're pulling it from this component and spending less in this component and paying more in this component. They make those decisions on, personnel hires and what they want to pay for salaries at their own level.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, and I'm not trying, I agree, and not suggesting that it is, but as you see that differential in there, I guess you've confirmed that that's outside the discussion of this presentation, because the local authorities have the ability to use those funds within the model to fit their local needs.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, correct.
Thank you.
So again, Mr. Chairman, really the purpose of this first monitoring report that you receive from us is really just to demonstrate how much inflation is increasing within the evidence-based model, what cost indices changes have been on an annual basis between last year and this year. If you wanted to apply ECAs to your legislative or statutory model, what percentage has been recommended? You don't have to follow those recommendations. You as a legislature have the ability to make your own independent policy decisions on what you as a legislature want to apply or recommend to the Joint Appropriations Committee for an external cost adjustment. Following my presentation will be Dr. Stoddard on really the focus of the teacher labor market and the pressures related to that. And then after me will be the Department of Education to compare the allocation of resources between the block grant model and what districts are actually expending.
Okay. Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have some clarification for my own edification here. I know there was some discussion earlier about the federal funding not really being factored into this. So help me understand, and just so that I kind of have a better grasp of what's going on, because we last year passed legislation to allow the districts to increase the amount that they were able to retain from 15 to 30%, with the idea that there were going to be dollars that were going to be able to come in that they wouldn't necessarily have to get rid of, that they could start to stockpile if necessary for 2 years, sunlights. My question is then, how many dollars did come in to the districts this past year through the COVID and through the different programs, ESSER 1, ESSER 2? Krista, if you can give me some indications, and also, were those dollars colored, that they could only be used for specified purposes and the districts could not use those funds for anything other than what they were designed to do? Do the districts have the ability to utilize those funds as they see fit, or are they specifically colored? And how many dollars were there in that amount that came in this last year, and last actually 2 years? Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Nyman, between the CARES Act, Carissa Act, and the ARP Act, I believe in total districts have been allocated just over $500 million, but that would have covered school years 1920, 2021, 22, 23, 23, 24. I believe it goes through fiscal year 24. Each of those federal acts have guidelines on what those expenditures can be for. I would defer to the Department of Education. I believe Trent Carroll is here. He can speak to the specific parameters of what districts can expend those dollars on. The legislature is prohibited from directing how those dollars are to be expended. Hope that helps.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that.
Okay. Are we done at this point? Just one real quick. Okay.
Just so I got it, on the last page of your report, page 9, I just want to make sure I wrote this down. You said if we continued those 2 years, it would be 4.25% for professional staff, would be the compound, and 5.37 for non-professional. And that's a 2-year kind of rate of inflation.
Yeah, correct, Mr. Chairman. 4.254. I go out to three
Okay.
decimal places, 4.254 and 5.377.
Okay. And that's based on those indices, CWI and high school CWI.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. That's a compounded two-year E ECA.
Yeah, perfect. Not the annual inflation rate. Certainly not that. Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I believe we have Dr. Stoddard online. I don't know if you want to take a break.
I do at this point.
Okay.
Come back in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Committee, if that's all right. 10-minute break. We've got a quorum with the Appropriations Committee. Okay. Well, I can see a quorum right there. Let's get going again. Next LSO, do we have Dr. Stoddard? Is that correct? And I presume we've got her online. Let's go ahead and admit her and let's start. Okay. Good. Proceed.
All right, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll share my PowerPoint screen. Is that something you folks have projected there if I share my screen?
Okay.
Are you seeing something that says labor market analysis of teaching staff in Wyoming?
And it's this critter if you have hard copy.
Yeah, Chris, we see your screen.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, then I'll get started here. I hope you guys are having as beautiful a fall as we are having up here in Montana. And I think I saw from Senator Kinski's background that maybe that was the case. Since we've, I think, all wrapped our heads around now the idea that there's the legislative or the statutory model, and then contrasted that with the evidence-based model, this report will build in one more layer, which is kind of what districts are actually doing. So this report, some of you have seen versions of this in past years, is a labor market analysis, mostly focused on the teaching staff in Wyoming, and looking at what's happening in the labor market, what we can say for sure, and then a little bit of information about what it looks like going forward to the best that we can tell. So just to start out here, you can see this dashed line is the legislative funded model, so the statutory model for teacher salaries. And above that, you can see, and I think this has been alluded to already, you can see that districts are paying about 10% more than the model weighted average. And so part of the purpose of this report is to tell you a little bit about what labor market conditions look like. But of course, when we turn to talk about recruitment and retention of teachers and how those are related to salary, that's going to be based on what districts are actually paying, not necessarily just, what's funded. So the purpose of this report is to focus on cost pressures, and just to give it kind of a larger context here, those cost pressures matter to us, presumably because they affect the quality of teachers. So cost pressures are those forces that are required to maintain the quality of the teaching pool. And I know the Education Committee heard some discussion about, kind of the teaching pool this morning. Basically, the quality of the teaching pool is going to be determined based on kind of sort of two different kinds of comparisons. So we can think about your college student trying to decide, do I want to teach or do I want to do something else? Or maybe a current teacher deciding, do I want to stay in teaching? Do I want to do something else? And so having high teaching salaries relative to other jobs in Wyoming is going to attract those college students in, going to keep those existing teachers in. There's not necessarily a right level of the indicators. So teacher salary, retention rates, retirement rates. I'll talk a little bit about the evidence-based model and what salaries it uses as we get into this. But mostly I want us to focus on kind of changes relative to historical patterns. So if we see changes that are relative to historical patterns, that's what's going to signal cost pressures on districts. And this is I've done this report now for a number of years, and we're really entering into, I'm sure all of you are aware, kind of a more inflationary period. And so this question about cost pressures, I think, is more salient this year than maybe it's been, 5 years ago. So this report is going to combine data from a bunch of different sources to try to give you a general picture of what that looks like. So I've divided the cost pressures into 4 different categories. We'll start by talking about labor market indicators. We'll move and talk about demographics, so changes in retirement or student growth that might lead to more or less positions. Then we'll talk about recruitment and retention. And this year I have some additional information about recruitment that really is kind of more focused on the pipeline in response to some questions that I had over the summer about that. So just to start with, the very first indicator that we're going to look at is the ratio of teaching wages relative to the wages of other comparable professionals. And so this is that idea that if a teacher is well paid compared to an accountant or a nurse or an architect or whatever, that's going to pull more college students into teaching. It's going to keep new graduates with teaching degrees in teaching and retain current teachers in teaching. And then we'll look at comparing how does Wyoming teacher salary look compared to other areas. We'll look mostly at other states in the region. So whether we're attracting new graduates or current teachers from other areas into Wyoming, and then retaining Wyoming's own teachers within the state. And then, like I said, we'll talk about demographic changes that might affect the number of open positions that districts need to fill. And then finally, we'll talk about recruitment, retention, and focus a little bit more on the pipeline than we have in previous years. All right, so starting off on these labor market and demographic indicators. So the first thing that we're going to look at is changes in the ratio of teaching wages and wages of other professional and technical occupations. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics every year surveys establishments. So surveys employers and gets wage information from employers. So we can compare different occupations. We can compare teachers. We have a specific wage for teachers with other occupations, but we don't have individual level data in that. So a firm is going to report their salaries, but they're not going to tell us how old the workers are, how many weeks or hours of work, or what benefits are. So these are nice because they're very current. We get the most up-to-date information about this. But like I said, we don't have hours and weeks of work. So let me just talk through this chart first and then talk about this issue of hours and weeks of work. So the most recent data for this is for May of 2021. So that's more than a year old. I'll give you some updated information, but this is the very most recent occupational data that we have. And you can see in Wyoming here is the black line. So that's the salary that's actually being paid by districts in Wyoming. You can see it grew quite slowly, really since kind of 2013 has grown slowly, a little bit of an increase between 2019 and between 2020 and 2021. In contrast, you can see the Bureau of Labor Statistics groups occupations into different categories. And so the blue line, the top line with the X's here, are the professional and technical occupations. So those are kind of the occupations of other professional workers who would tend to have a college degree. It's going to exclude, say, sales workers, for example. It's going to exclude manufacturing. It's not going to include agricultural workers. But it's going to be more, health professionals, managers, folks in business. So that's that top blue line. And then the red line is a narrower set of occupations. So the Economic Policy Institute went and examined different characteristics of occupations, and they tried to figure out which are the jobs that are most similar to teaching, that have the skills and the kinds of requirements that are most similar to teaching. They identified a set of occupations. Those occupations are listed in the appendix of the report you were given. And so that's the red line. So basically this is saying that since 2012, professional and technical workers and comparable, this kind of narrower set of comparable workers, wages have grown, between 1% and 2% a year. Where for the actual teaching wage of teachers has grown much more slowly. So that's within Wyoming here. And so this is now looking at the ratio. So this is taking teaching wages and dividing by the average wages of a professional and technical worker. And so you can see here's the plateau part, up through 2013, teachers in Wyoming were paid very highly compared to other workers, above 95%, and that ratio has fallen as those teaching wages have remained flat and the wages of other workers have gone up. So that currently, I believe the current rate is 87%, a little bit of an uptick from the year before of 85%. I did that same calculation using the average model. So this is again the legislative model. So the statutory wages, divide that by the wages of other workers, and that's this dashed black line. And so you can see that has lies below because those statutory wages are lower than what districts are actually paying. And you can see in the red dotted line here is what that ratio looks like for the average teacher in the United States. And the blue line all the way at the bottom is the average ratio in the states that surround Wyoming. And so you can see that the model ratio is right in the mix, right at about 75% of the wages of other workers. What districts are actually paying is significantly above that. So just to talk a little bit about this ratio and this idea of hours and weeks of work. So one thing that often comes up when we talk about this as well, but don't teachers work different numbers of weeks in the year than other workers? So do we expect them to get paid the same? I think that's why it's useful to look at the trend. And the answer to that is that hours of work for teachers are roughly the same as other full-time professionals, but weeks of work are shorter. So there are different measures of weeks of work. And in recalibration years, we kind of went through sort of a longer discussion of that. Depending on how you measure, vacation days of other workers and all that, we get somewhere teachers work. Oh, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, a question, Senator Perkins.
Yeah, Senator Perkins, go ahead.
Thank you. And Doctor, as we look at this, as this one ratio remains high in Wyoming, is the one that's on the screen now, and we're still talking about Wyoming teachers compared to it's the professional and technical class of other workers, right? It's not Wyoming teachers to other state teachers, but it's Wyoming to that professional class in other states. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman and Senator, that's correct. So this is saying compare Wyoming teachers to Wyoming accountants, other Wyoming professionals. What is that? It's about 85%. The red line would be compare the average teacher in the United States to the average accountant, other professional. That would give you the red line. And the blue one is saying, what's that ratio in Utah, Montana, Nebraska? I'll show you all the states in just a second here. Compare teachers in those states to other professionals in those states. What's the ratio in those states? Does that clarify? So this is saying within a state, teachers in Wyoming are relatively well paid compared to other professionals in Wyoming. If you looked at the model salary, the ratio between the model salary and what other professionals in Wyoming make is right in the mix of what other states look like. So what other states are actually paying. And then, Mr. Chairman, what I was finishing saying is that if we look at the ratio of weeks of work, so teachers work, on average between about 76 and 83% of the weeks of other professionals. And so that's where kind of that 75th percentile that you see referred to sometimes comes from, this idea that, okay, if we adjust for weeks of work, you might expect teachers to be paid about 75% of what other workers make. And in fact, in the United States and most other states, that's about where you see teacher wages lining up compared to the wages of other professionals. So the next slide then breaks that out for the different states. So calculate that ratio for each state. In each state, how are teachers paid compared to professionals in that state? So again, here's Wyoming at the top. You'll see that early on in this period, there was a pretty big gap between Wyoming and, say, Idaho was the next highest state. And that gap is getting much smaller in recent years. So the ratio of actual teacher wages and the wages of other professionals now looks pretty similar to both Utah and Nebraska. Still above some of the other states. The model ratio is right in the middle. So as I mentioned, this data, the occupational employment and wage statistics data, the last data we have is May 2021. So we won't have another year of it, I think, for another month or two. But there's been a lot of inflation, as I'm sure you folks are all aware, and it's really hitting the labor market pretty dramatically. So what I wanted to do is give you all a sense of what this might look like once we get the numbers for the next year. So I want to make the point that the report that Matt just talked about when he gave you the comparable wage index, which is based on this same data, although with some additional calculations that Dr. Taylor does, she was projecting forward a pretty low inflation rate for 2021 going to 2022. The numbers have been very noisy. I would not be surprised if I were to project forward, I would project something much higher. So I think you were given a very conservative estimate in terms of what that comparable wage index is likely to look like when all of the finalized numbers are out. So here's
Chairman, a question.
Okay, go ahead, Rue.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Just as we look at the percent of we look at these percentages, are you aware of how are we compared to the other states as far as full employment slash or the inverse of that, which is the unemployment rate compared to the other comparator states in this graph, if you know? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and I apologize, the committee member's question, I missed who that was, but I'm not sure off the top of my head. I know many of the states in the region are pretty tight still in terms of unemployment numbers. I haven't looked at Wyoming's recently. You know, I know in Montana here, we're running very low. I think that's true kind of around the nation, but I'm not sure that I know exactly where Wyoming stacks up. So what I can tell you is that last year, when I did this presentation last year, and I was trying to project forward and say, okay, what are things likely to look like? I was surprised to see that last year, so what data we do have right now is just the average weekly wage. So this is just all workers in Wyoming, on average, we know what they're getting paid. We don't know yet what's the wage by occupation. So, you know, this last slide use that occupation data. We don't know that yet, but we know the average weekly wage. Last year when I gave this, the average weekly wage in Wyoming had actually gone down a little bit. It took a little longer for the kind of the wage increases to hit Wyoming. You can see that Wyoming then caught up. So going from March of 2021 to March of 2022, average wages went up 11%. So Wyoming, you know, made up the ground and exceeded. So wage growth is running really hot in Wyoming right now. Compared to the nation, compared to other states in the region, I think that was because it was a little slower to hit. But that makes me think that, you know, if we extend this graph out another year, you're going to see that other occupations wages are increasing pretty rapidly. Is that likely to be true? Is that likely going to be for the most educated workers who we're comparing teachers to? Again, we don't know that yet. We can say nationally that workers with bachelor's degrees or higher in this last year, wages increased about 7%. Sorry, I duplicated that line. Let me go back here, and you can see the overall was 6.9. So if Wyoming is like the rest of the nation in that the pattern of wage increases by education looks similar to how it's looked, then I would say, yeah, it's probably going to be the case that other occupations comparable to teachers are going to have a very rapid wage increase. And like I said, we'll know that in the next couple of months here, if that's in fact what the case is. And if that is in fact what's happened, then the comparable wage index number projection that was given could very well be a pretty low estimate, you know, that it turns out being much bigger than 0.5 percentage point, which is what Dr. Taylor had projected. So that's what teachers' wages look like relative to the wages of other professionals. Still highly paid relative to other professionals, but the premium has fallen significantly and now looks similar to the premium in a couple of adjacent states. And other states are rapidly catching up. And so you'll see that now as we look at just directly comparing just only teaching wages. So the nice thing about this data is that the National Education Association gives us one more year of data. They survey teachers directly themselves. And so we can compare teaching wages going up through the 2021-2022 school year. And so the black line here is the wage, the teaching wage, according to the NEA in Wyoming. The blue line is the teaching wage on average in the United States. The dashed line here shows the model weighted average. So again, that's the statutory model or the legislative model. And then the orange shows the average wage in adjacent states and North Dakota. So I included North Dakota in here because they also have an energy heavy economy. And
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers. Mr. Chairman, my question is, Dr. Stoddard, this data here, this NEA data, is just whoever filled out a survey, right? Is that correct? It is.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, I don't believe so. I believe they tried to do a pretty comprehensive, they're a little bit proprietary about how they get this data, but their numbers pretty much line up with, once we get numbers out another year or two, we can see, oh yeah, what they said is in fact what the actual data are showing. So yeah, I don't know exactly how they get it though, because it's
all right.
They're close-lipped about it. So, Mr. Chairman, continuing here, this then breaks that out by the different states. So again, here's Wyoming's teacher salaries on the top there, still exceeding on average the other states in the region, but you can see the other states in the region have had wage increases for teachers that have been more rapid in the last 5 years. And so, again, if we extend those lines, we can see that they're rapidly catching up with where Wyoming is. And you can see that the model salaries are in the middle. So one question that sometimes comes up about this is, well, how do model salaries in Wyoming compare to model salaries in other states? Which is a great question, except that other states don't have quite as centralized of a state funding system. They're more, so Montana, we're very locally based. So there's no, for example, there's no model salary in Montana. So other states don't necessarily have the same kind of funding structure that allows us to compare models to models. So I've just put the model in here where you are funding right now. The statutory model is right in the middle of the neighboring states. So that suggests then that cost pressures, I would say, are increasing, right? I particularly expect that as we look at other professions to see a big increase in the wages of other workers, putting more pressure on school districts. But if what we have is a lot of like declining enrollment, then maybe it doesn't matter that much if there aren't that many new positions. So that's why we then look at demographics to say, okay, based on retirements, based on student enrollment, how are the number of positions in the future likely to change? And as you're probably all aware, student enrollment is basically predicted to decline, but decline quite modestly. So decline by about 1% up through 2030. So the National Center of Education Statistics does these projections of student enrollment. I've plotted here what they report. It's slightly different than what Wyoming reports in terms of actual enrollment, but they're quite close. And then in the red here extending off to the right are what they project. So they project a little bit of an increase, about 1%. Going to the 2023-2024 school year, and then after that declines. So doesn't look like adding a lot of positions according to this. And then, Mr. Chairman, was there a question?
Yes, Representative Newsom.
Before we leave the wage discussion, has there ever been a analysis done of actual kind of what I'm going to call take-home pay? Because we do not have an income tax. And as I read, I think Montana's is 4.8, Colorado's has a flat 4.5, I think, %. And so as we talk about actual dollars in your pocket for these teachers, have we ever done an analysis to look at the tax structure in these other states relative to our tax structure to see where we sit there?
Mr. Chairman and committee members, I'm not aware that there has been an analysis like that. You know, I know in Montana we don't have sales tax. I know some states have sales, or you know, you probably need to weigh property tax and sales tax and income tax all together. I'm not aware of analysis that's looked at that.
Representative Ogilvy.
I do. So
Okay,
I guess
follow.
I would be most interested in states with income tax. And maybe Montana is a little bit different because they don't have sales tax, so that may or may not be a wash. But I know with Utah and Colorado that they both have income taxes and sales tax, higher sales taxes than we have.
Jerry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think a comparison that I would like to see is teachers' salaries compared to states with similar NAEP scores. Have you ever looked at it from that standpoint?
Mr. Chairman and committee members, I haven't explicitly. I can certainly tell you, and I believe that your Department of Education has looked at NAEP scores of Wyoming in comparison with the surrounding states. My recollection of that is that I want to say your math scores were a little higher. Maybe it was like 4th grade math scores were a little higher, and reading scores in 8th grade were pretty similar to the surrounding states. So, so I think, you know, in terms of the surrounding states, I think your NAEP scores are largely pretty similar, you know, maybe a hair higher in 4th grade math, is my recollection.
Okay, Mr. Wilmarth, can you enlighten us on what we've heard from the State Department of Education on that?
Mr. Chairman, I believe a couple of years ago when the Department of Education presented the NAEP scores to this committee, it looked at per pupil funding and NAEP scores, and so there were some analyses completed on a per pupil funding amount, which included, I think, Vermont and New Jersey, Massachusetts, possibly. So it looked at similarly funded on a per pupil basis, states and NAEP scores, but not on a teacher's salary.
Okay, do you happen to recollect what the comparison was?
Mr. Chairman, I can't recall at the top of my head. I can certainly resend that information to the committee that was presented a couple years ago.
Okay, I would suggest to the committee that is something of interest, but I think the per pupil is more important because frankly, I think I think the NAEP scores probably actually accurately reflect as well as anything does, and nothing does perfectly, but actually reflect what's going on in terms of learning. But there's a lot more to learning than just the teachers. I think how we run the system as a whole is probably as important, and so the overall spending is probably more accurate comparison than just the teacher's salary. Okay, proceed, Dr. Stoddard.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I do believe in that same report that I believe it has looks at both at per pupil spending and at adjacent states. So it would give you, you know, the same set of states as this. All right, so if there aren't any other questions about those salary numbers, looking at demographics, then we said student enrollment predicted to decline. What's happening with teacher retirement? So basically nothing new or exciting here. So the teacher workforce is progressively getting a little bit younger, but not at a super rapid rate. So a declining number of teachers who are 60 and older. We'll talk on them in just a minute about exit rates of these older teachers, where there is maybe something interesting, but basically I would say not a lot of demographic pressure here. So I don't anticipate that most of the cost pressures are coming from demographics. I think they're mostly coming from the labor market. So now let's turn and say, okay, based on what districts are actually paying, how much turnover do we see? How many teachers are actually leaving? And how has that changed over time? So first, we're going to look at the percent new hires. So how many of the teachers that are teaching this year, what percentage of them were newly hired this year? So that's going to be a combination of, districts that have new positions that they're filling, and teachers who maybe retired last year, or teachers who left for some other reason last year. And what we've seen is that proportion of new hires has been very stable over the last 10 years. So I take that as saying there's not a tremendous amount of new pressure coming from, exit rates overall over this period. Whoops. So then looking at, well, how much of that is just about retention? Are teachers quitting more or less than they used to? I'm going to look at retention overall, and then we'll look at it for the youngest teachers. I always think this is an incredibly important number to look at, that exit rate for teachers with 0 to 3 years experience, because we know from the education literature, the studies that have been done, that new teachers, it takes them a couple of years before their students, perform as well as we're going to see. So you see pretty rapid test score gains for students as their teachers become more experienced, especially in those very first 3 years. We don't know if the people who are leaving teaching are people who were terrible teachers and discovered, oh, I hate this, I'm not a good fit, or if they were people who were really bright and able and got a better job somewhere else. So we don't know about the quality of those teachers leaving. We just can say something about, the overall exit rate. So this dark blue line here is the overall exit rate. The very smallest increase in this last year, about 1 percentage point, but basically it's been pretty flat in terms of the overall exit rate, about 10% of teachers that are leaving each year. If you're looking at kind of mid-career teachers, so this green line at the bottom is the exit rate for teachers with between 4 and 20 years of experience, also quite flat, maybe a little bit more of an increase kind of coming out of this COVID period. New teachers, no change at all. So those new teachers, were not seeing a difference in exit rates. What we have seen is that going from 2019 to 2020, so the 2019-20 school year to the 2020-2021 school year, last year, we had a lot of older teachers leave. And I think that is very consistent with what we've seen in the labor market across the nation, across all occupations, that exit rates for older workers have been very high coming out of COVID, that there are a lot of people who, older than 60 who've exited the labor force, retired a little bit earlier than they otherwise would have.
Mr. Chairman, it's Representative Schwartz. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Dr. Stoddard, and I'm jumping ahead a little, but I'm looking at all these charts, which are all Wyoming specific. And in vacancy rates, you note that Wyoming is one of 13 states that doesn't track vacancy rates. Are you able to make any comparisons in things like retention and new hires compared to other states so we can get a sense of, because all we're looking at is salaries in comparison. And I feel like that's not sufficient information. So if you could comment on that, I'd be very appreciative.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman or Representative. So unfortunately, I just have your state's staffing data. I don't have the staffing data for all states. There are national surveys that look at teachers nationally. Those aren't conducted every year. So I can't speak to kind of the last year, what do retention rates look like in Wyoming as compared to other states, in the most recent year. I believe the most recent wave of that data was 2017, and that Wyoming's retention rates were a little bit higher. So the turnover rate, the rate of new hires in Wyoming is lower than the national rate. So you retain your teachers more than on average nationally. But it's difficult to kind of parse out and say, well, is that demographics? If we look at the same kinds of districts, if we can't drill down to the same way that we can, using all of the data from your Department of Education.
Thank you, I think.
All right, Mr. Chairman. So then proceeding to exactly your next question. Wyoming is one of, so many states are collecting vacancy data. Over the summer, I believe, when I met with the Education Committee, one of the members asked for kind of an overview of state policies to improve teacher recruitment and retention. So I think that's a supplemental report that you were given, my conclusions on that. One of the things that I strongly recommend, one of my 3 top suggestions, is to start tracking that data. And I have kind of more detail in that report, but because there is no collection of vacancy data that's centralized in Wyoming, it's impossible to tell if there's a teaching shortage. What we know from national data, what we know from other states, I believe this is consistent with what we heard this morning, is that there tend to, there are many folks who say there's not really a national teaching shortage. There's a shortage in certain kinds of districts, certain areas in certain fields. So special education comes up a lot, STEM fields come up a lot. And so I outlined in that other report my recommendations for what I think might be a fairly low cost way to at least collect some information on whether you have kind of shortage issues in Wyoming, but I can't speak to that exactly. So can't tell you if you have a teacher shortage. So looking towards the future, a lot of the concern, I think, nationally right now is around this question of, are we going to have enough folks coming into teaching? So certainly, again, like I said this morning, you heard some discussion about difficulty in hiring enough teachers. That, again, Wyoming pays relatively well compared to other states, but the premium has certainly eroded over time. So where is it that your teachers are coming from? And then what does the pipeline for future teachers look like? So basically, this table tells you that about half of your most recent hires, so looking at folks that were hired between 2017 and 2021, and then just restricting that to folks who earned a bachelor's degree in the very recent years. So these are our freshly minted BAs, brand new teacher, gets hired in Wyoming. About half of them are coming from the University of Wyoming. You have quite a few that are coming from programs that tend to have a much bigger online component. So 6% from Black Hills State, 11% from Western Governors University, 5% from Valley City State, 4% Chadron State. About a quarter are coming from kind of all over the place. So that has remained pretty similar over the last several years. There wasn't anything kind of new about where teachers are getting hired from. This is showing what the pipeline looks like now moving forward. So this first column is telling you how many folks in Wyoming are getting a teaching degree each year. And you can see that going back to 2014, that number has fallen. So that in the last year, in 2022, 190 students graduated. The year before it was 180. Year before that, 207. So, there was an increase this last year, but overall, if we look over the longer period, a decline, while the number of students going to the University of Wyoming has gone up. And so as a result, the fraction of degrees that are being awarded in education, has declined, although I would say it has remained relatively similar to what it's been basically since 2016. In terms of, the kind of the quality of students that you're pulling into education, you can see there's been maybe a modest decline, but I would say overall pretty flat in terms of what the average ACT score is for those students. In contrast to the modest rise at the University of Wyoming, but again, not a dramatically new story. So here is looking at the number of bachelor's degrees then in kind of a graph form, showing you that number of bachelor's teaching degrees has been pretty stable since 2016, but a decline from earlier years. The number of teaching majors has had kind of a steady decline, although in this very last year, there was a little bit of an uptick, number of students who are going into teaching. And so maybe you'll see an increase in teaching graduates if those students stick with it. And then the rest of this is new information that I haven't presented in previous reports. So the US Department of Education now has this Title II office that is looking at teacher preparation programs in general. So one question I had was, well, how, if there's been this sort of modest decline in the number of teachers or the number of students going into teaching in Wyoming, how does that look compared to other states? So if you're thinking about your traditional program, that's the blue bars here. Go to college, get a teaching certificate, go out and teach, that's the blue bars. And this is looking at how that has changed over the last 10 years. And so you can see in the United States, we've had a pretty significant decline in the number of teachers being prepared over the last 10 years, much smaller decline in Wyoming, though bigger than in, say, Utah or in South Dakota. North Dakota actually had an increase in folks going into teaching. And these other states in the region have bigger declines. So Wyoming is kind of in the middle of other states in terms of what's happening for the pipeline. Where Wyoming does stand out a little bit, you'll see is this orange line. So the orange line includes not only these traditional programs, but there are also these alternative ways of teacher certification. I think Wyoming has discussed maybe doing some of this, but hasn't moved in that direction very much, where some other states, that's been a big part of how they're preparing teachers. So if we look at Colorado, for example, Colorado had a lot of people who no longer are becoming prepared through traditional programs, a much smaller decline, Colorado and Idaho, if we include those alternative programs. So if Wyoming is thinking about, how can we increase the pipeline in the future, one option is to think about whether to model yourself after a Colorado or an Idaho that has more of these alternative programs.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Stoddard, I mean, that graph just, I don't know about anybody else, but that just begs a question. What in the world prompted that kind of a change in North Dakota? I mean, is there any correlation to, just throwing this out there, was there a massive pay increase? Was there just additional schools? What would prompt that kind of a striking increase in the number of people entering education? Did you have any indication in that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't know. I thought that myself putting this together, that's something that I think would be interesting to dig into, but I don't know offhand. I haven't seen I think there are also small numbers in North Dakota, so it can lend itself to big percentage changes, but yeah.
One follow-up. What was the time frame, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, I apologize. I should have put that on the slide. This is over the last 10 years. So this is
thank you.
Change.
Yeah, let me interject here that the consensus here seems to be that looking over the last 10 years, North Dakota did not have significant oil production, and it got it all of a sudden. And that led to changes, making them a good deal closer to what we were. But this is measuring changes. And so that it doesn't show us them relative to us, it shows their change, which was considerable. And I don't know whether, Dr. Stoddard, whether that's the correct explanation or not, but that's our suspicion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think a person could go back and try to, I think you'd have to dig into other data, but you could look and see like there are fewer majors in some of the sciences, for example, and instead folks are doing teaching as opposed to that because they're not anticipating, an energy related career. So Mr. Chairman, and committee members, so in my, like I said, the companion report, I had 3 suggestions for Wyoming. One was to track your teacher vacancies. One was to look at kind of some of these programs, these alternative.
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Summers.
Okay. Dr.
Christina?
Stoddard, we're going to interrupt your recommendations long enough for questions. Albert, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Dr. Stoddard, my question is, on that supplemental material, you had what some states were doing to try to recruit teachers, into becoming teachers. So my question is, and I didn't really see North Dakota on that, but did you do any tracking to see if any of that was showing if that change was showing up in graphs like you just presented? If that makes sense.
And Representative Summers, it would have shown up mostly in these orange bars. So looking at, for example, Colorado, which I do think there are some, I do think I have some information about some of their pathway programs in there. So states that have, for example, these programs that are grow your own kinds of programs that take, say, a paraprofessional and then provide a lower cost way for them to get teaching credentials. I think you are seeing that in some of these other states, and that's kind of what's going on here. I can't say that that's all of the explanation. For example, Colorado or Idaho, I'm sure there are other things happening too, but the states, for example, the states where the bars are the same, Utah, Wyoming, there's just not as much use of those programs yet. Although I will say Utah is developing that also, these kind of grow your own programs. So it's worth looking at for the future.
And Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up. I noticed in that supplemental material, like scholarships geared towards students to try to get them, I would be interested, obviously not for today, but if there's some look at whether any of those sorts of measures did help, whether scholarships provided a boost.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, I just tried to include information in that report where there seems to be some evidence. Very little of it, I would say, it's kind of like a study here and then a different study over here and then another study. I tried to exclude things where the research has said, there's not been much of an effect or the effect has kind of been negligible. So this morning, folks were talking about the concerns about mental health professionals. I didn't put that in that report because even though that's something a lot of states are discussing, it's relatively new. There's not a lot of research about it yet. I don't know if that's effective. These grow your own programs do seem to be effective. The one thing I did put in that report that I strongly don't recommend is the move to 4-day school weeks, which that's been found to have negative effects on students. So, I don't know if teachers like it better or worse, but it's not as effective for the students. So there aren't, Representative Summers, there aren't, great overarching, like, $1 on a teacher preparation program buys you this many teachers. I can't give you those kind of, bottom line rate of return numbers, but I just tried to highlight programs that I think there's good evidence that they're successful.
Okay, any further questions for Dr. Stoddard? We interrupted you briefly, you were going to make
Ah.
some summary points.
Yeah, so my third recommendation was to look a little bit at what's, and I don't have an answer for this. I imagine there will be interest, but what's going on with folks who are taking the praxis exam or taking the teacher licensure exam. So you can think about, here are all the students who are graduating from the University of Wyoming. I get a number of students graduating each year. And then, and same thing for each state, how many are completing a teacher preparation program? And then how many folks are taking a teacher licensure exam in that same, what would be that same year? So I don't know that they're exactly the same people. Maybe we have someone taking a licensure exam in Wyoming that's moving here from a different state. So they didn't complete it, but you can see that Wyoming has a pretty low fraction of the percentage of folks who are taking the exam, or the number of folks taking the exam in the state, compared to the number that are graduating from the University of Wyoming. So your take-up rate of the exam is pretty low. In most other states, it's close to 100%, so again, those aren't necessarily the same people, but basically the same number of folks taking the exam as graduated, and lower in Wyoming. I'm not sure why that is. That might be a question for the University of Wyoming. And then a second question is looking at the percentage of folks then who pass. So North Dakota and Wyoming are both pretty low in terms of the pass rate. So other states in the region, closer to, 90 to 95% of folks who are taking the licensure exam are passing. So what that means is that Wyoming really stands out when you look at how many people are passing the exam versus how many people graduated from the University of Wyoming. And so if we're looking at kind of this pipeline issue, my third recommendation in that report was to for someone to figure out what's going on there, because that really surprised me, that you're basically seeing kind of like half of your folks that are graduating from the University of Wyoming that are taking and passing the licensure exam. And it seems like figuring out how to get that ratio higher so that it's more similar to other states is one way to increase your pipeline of prospective teachers.
Okay,
Mr.
Dr.
Chairman?
Stoddard, let me ask just a technical question here. You had 3 points. One of them was the vacancy data problem. Is the second one relating to the not as many people taking the exam, and then the third one is the poor pass rate, or am I missing one in the middle there?
Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. The second point was related to those alternative pathways. So kind of these orange bars here. So that Wyoming does not have kind of I understand there's some interest in developing this, but currently, as of these data, did not have a strong grow your own or alternative pathway, say taking paraprofessionals and enabling them to become teachers at a lower cost rate. And that's one thing that states are investigating. Again, those are, those kinds of programs are relatively newer. I gave some examples of different states that seem like they're doing successful implementations of those programs in the companion report. So that would be my second suggestion. Figure out how many vacancies you have and in what fields.
On that second step, let me ask one question.
You bet.
We're the smallest population state in the union. Do we need more volume for those alternate things, or are they relatively independent of the size of the state?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and committee members, those tend to, because they aren't necessarily connected to the university, to a large program, they actually are much more promising for a state like Wyoming. They're the kinds of programs that are being used to target rural areas. So the idea is, it's hard for us to get, I don't know, a college graduate from Salt Lake City to come and teach in a really rural area in Wyoming. Like, that's not necessarily a realistic strategy, but it might be a lot easier to have either a student who is in Wyoming going to the University of Wyoming, who then does a 1-year internship under a master teacher in a relatively rural district that's having a hard time attracting teachers, or you have a paraprofessional in that same district, relatively rural district, who's then getting a teacher credential at a lower cost. So there are different models of that, but these programs that explicitly link teacher preparation with the districts that need it the most. So I actually think that's a very successful model for a state like Wyoming, where my sense is, again, you don't have the data for me to know this for sure, but my sense is that most of your problems in recruitment and retention are focused in fairly rural communities. And so linking students to those rural communities has been found in other states to be a successful way of getting teachers into those areas.
Do you have any data on the quality of the results?
Great question, Mr. Chairman. I think those programs, because they tend to be smaller, it's a little bit hard to say. So I certainly am not trying to say I think Wyoming should do this. But Representative Summers this summer asked me, he said, give me a list of 10 suggestions and put them in order. And I'm not sure I came up with 10 and put them all in order, but I gave you my top 3. And so that's one of my suggestions, is to investigate those programs, to look into that and see if that might be a viable alternative for some of these districts that are having trouble getting folks to teach there.
Okay. Education Committee, I think she's given us a hunting list for the future. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question on your slides on number 35. In these exam takers relative to program completers, does this take into account any of those students that are program completers but have decided to go for their master's degree or their PhD or some other higher education piece? Is that included, or is this just, I've gotten my bachelor's, I'm going to take the exam? What level of education are we talking?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and committee members, I am not 100% sure on the answer to that question. I believe, so this is the U.S. Department of Education that's collecting it. And I believe when they are collecting program completers, I believe they are looking at just bachelor's degrees. So they're basically saying how many people got a bachelor's degree and how many people took the praxis exam. Now, even if I have a master's degree or PhD, I've got to take the praxis exam at some point in order to get certified. So in some sense, I feel like that shouldn't really matter. So this is like, in principle, you could have more than 100%, I guess is another way to say that. So if you see, like, here, if we look at Nebraska and they have more than 100% of people that are taking the exam than the number of students that graduate with a bachelor's, that must be including some of those folks who had a master's or a PhD who also took the praxis exam. So that's why you can get more than 100% here, but Wyoming is down, at 60%, 55%. So you have quite a few people who are graduating and not taking that exam.
Okay.
Mr.
Committee,
Chairman.
anything further for Dr. Stoddard?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers.
Go ahead, Albert.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Dr. Stoddard, this chart looks like, there's a variety of ways you can look at this chart, but one is that it's a further brain drain of talent out of the state of Wyoming. In other words, kids get a degree, but they don't take our test. They took, what was it, Nebraska's? They took Nebraska's test. Is that, we can't break it down to that level, but that well could be the case. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, yeah, that certainly could be. I mean, I can't say why your ratio is low. Certainly, when we look at the pass rate in this next one, where your pass rate is also relatively low, that certainly is students who intended to teach in Wyoming. And, about 20% of them were taking the exam and not passing it. And so, again, I think that's something that could be worth discussing with the University of Wyoming what's going on here. I don't know, maybe there's some weird data error that I'm not aware of, but I was surprised to see those figures. So that was my third recommendation was, figure out what's going on here. Why do you have this low pass rate? Because that seems like low hanging way to get more folks into the pipeline. So just to give a fast overview of what I've said then. So teaching salaries, as you're well aware, the actual salaries have shown little growth since 2012-13. As a result, those wages have fallen relative to the other occupations, fell from that high of 96% down to about 87%. 87% is still higher than the ratio in other states. We look at the ratio in the United States and in surrounding states, closer to 75%. That's about where your model is sitting. And again, just to reiterate, those ratios are for 2021. Average wages in Wyoming grew really fast this last year. And so I expect that ratio is going to go down significantly. I don't know that to be sure. It could be that all of these average wages are for, folks without bachelor's degrees. But if Wyoming is following the national pattern, you've seen pretty significant wage hikes for college educated workers. And in this last year that aren't reflected in these final numbers. So the 2022 ratios are likely to be even lower than what I gave you in the report. Again, the actual average wages are about 10% above neighboring states. The premium used to be about 26% back in the 2010-11 school year. Now Utah and Nebraska have average wages that are pretty close to Wyoming's. Other states in the region are still lower, but average salaries in these other states have been growing at 1% to 2% per year. Wyoming teacher salaries have been growing very slowly, less than 1% per year. So currently salaries, the model salary is now 3% below that actual average salary in nearby states. So as I mentioned, again, other states have different funding models, so we can't totally compare apples to apples here, but that gives you a sense of where the model sits. I don't foresee any cost pressures coming from demographics. Student enrollment is projected to show little growth. The fraction of older teachers has been falling. We did see a big spike in turnover of older teachers in this last year, but I don't think that's going to be a continued thing. I think that's likely to be reflective of what happened in the pandemic. So overall, the turnover rate has been pretty similar over the last 10 years, both new hires and exit rates pretty similar, very flat exit rates for new teachers. All of that is not indicative of cost pressures yet. So I would say, currently you look like how you've been looking, but again, with the caveat that I think we're really entering into an inflationary period that we haven't seen for a long time in the United States. And then finally, the number and fraction of bachelor's degrees in education at the University of Wyoming trended downward since 2010, but over the last 5 years has been relatively flat. And then you have this distinctive feature that you appear to have kind of a low take up and pass rate of the certification exam. So Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any other questions folks may have.
Okay. Any last questions?
I'll stop sharing if that's helpful, then you can see me.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Stoddard. We appreciate it. And you've given us quite a bit to think about. So next, we're going to hear from the Wyoming Department of Education. So welcome and proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thanks for letting us join the discussion today. For the record, my name is Trent Carroll. I'm with the Wyoming Department of Education. And with me is Leslie Zimmerscheid. She is our School Foundation Program Supervisor. And we are here today to provide the committee with the crew report on the annual allocation and use of funding model resources. Our presentation today is mainly focused on preliminary data for the most recent school year. So that'd be the 2021-22 school year. And a more in-depth version of this report will be available on our WDE website in the coming weeks with the final data and similar data going all the way back to 2005-06. So, Mr. Chairman, two quick items that I will mention before I hand off to my co-pilot here. The first is that I want to just put a little bit of emphasis on the fact that all of this information that you're about to hear is provided to us by Wyoming school districts. So we are the messengers here to bring you the data, but certainly district superintendents, business managers, and local boards of trustees are always the best resource when it comes to specific questions about their use of the block grant. And lastly, before we dive into the data, I just wanted to bring to your attention the fact that we are missing data in figures 6 and 7 from 2 school districts this year. We have been in frequent communication with both districts every week for the past few weeks, and we are hopeful to receive their data collections very soon. So unless there are any questions for me, I will ask Leslie to introduce herself and dive into the memo that's in your packet.
Fremont 21. Which one is that?
Mr. Chairman,
Is that put it in? Fremont 21.
Fremont 21 and Albany are the 2 districts, sir.
Okay. What district is Fremont 21? Fort Washakie?
Fort Washakie, thank you. So go ahead, Leslie.
Mr. Chairman, again, my name is Leslie Zimmerscheid. I'm the School Foundation Program Supervisor at the Department of Education. And I just want to talk through some of the figures in Appendix A. So figure number 1 is just the total number of schools by year and by type. You'll see in 22-23, the school year that's just started, we have 342 schools in Wyoming, which is a decrease of 1 from the prior year. But the number of schools has remained fairly consistent over the last few years. Figure 2 is ADM, or average daily membership. ADM decreased a little bit in the 21-22 school year, but it has ticked up slightly for 22-23. The funding model uses either the greater of the district prior year actual ADM or the 3-year average. So you can see the drop due to COVID was smoothed out by the 3-year average.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz here.
Go ahead, Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the ADM, do you have a breakout based on like K through 3? And I'm specifically curious about that because that's an indicator to what is happening in the future.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Schwartz, we do have that available on our website, and I could send you a link.
Thank you.
Okay, figure 3 on page 3, and figure 4 also on page 3. These 2 tables show the salary and staffing analysis. So the first 2 columns are the model FTE compared to the actual FTE. And then the third column on these tables is the difference between the model and the actual. And then the 4 columns on the right are the model average salary and the average actual salary, and then the difference in dollars and the difference in percent. So at the top in figure 3, those are the staff that are included in the non-professional ECA category. And figure 4, those are the staff in the professional category. If we go to page 4, figure number 5, figure 5 is the class sizes by school type for all grades. There was a fluctuation in the 2021 school year because of COVID enrollment and staffing changes, but that seems to have stabilized into the 21-22 school year. Figure 6 at the bottom of page 4. This includes the reimbursements that will be paid out in 22-23, and it reflects expenditures from the 21-22 school year. So the majority of the reimbursements come from special education, followed by transportation, and then a very small amount for all the other categories. The other category includes teacher extra compensation and special tuition for non-unified school districts.
Am I right in thinking that these things in total are roughly 30% of our roughly 1.5 billion a year expenditures? Is that right?
Our estimate altogether is about $338 million out of a total guarantee that's approximately 1.5 billion.
Okay, so it's a little more than the 20%.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Or is there a federal funds confounding thing in here where we're not comparing apples and apples?
Mr. Chairman, there are no federal funds included anywhere in this memo in this presentation.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What percent of our budget or our funding is from federal funds? I've heard anywhere from 9 to 12, 13%. Do you have a close figure for that?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Nyman, I don't have that exact number, but I guess I would need clarification on whether or not you want to look at the most recent years or what it normally looks like, because the last couple of years are obviously a little bit skewed with all of the federal COVID money. Yeah, I would say, Mr. Chairman, I can give you the exact number, Representative, but I would put it in about 10 to 12% just off the top on a normal year.
Mr. Chairman, that's not factored into these figures. This is just strictly from the state. I mean, from our. Okay.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. No federal funds anywhere in here.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if there aren't any other questions, I'll go to figure 7 on page 5. Figure 7 includes the 21-22 expenditures by category, and these are non-staff categories with the exception of operations and maintenance, which does include staffing with the supplies. And so the full crew report does have that broken out between compensation and supplies and materials.
Okay, these are not including the various staffing costs.
Mr. Chairman, correct. These are non-staffing expenditures.
Do you have anything that summarizes the staffing plus the non-staffing?
Mr. Chairman, we do not have that in this memo.
Mr. Chairman, we could follow up with that if that's something you would like.
Yeah, because I'm wondering if I add some of the things in figure 3 to that, I'm not getting a complete picture in the way that figure 7 is. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, could you repeat your question, please?
Well, there are some central offer. For example, take the very first or second category, central office miscellaneous district costs. You're showing that the non-staffing ones at 112% of model, but you have in figure 4 and some of the, well, figure 4, you can't separate figure 4, you can get the professional staff for some of the central administration, but maybe not all of it. And in figure 3, certain of those categories are both central office and non-central office. So what I'm wondering was wondering if I added the things that show in figure 3, if I'd get a complete, and figure 4, I wouldn't get a complete picture still of the costs in that category. They're not quite comparable.
Mr. Chairman, if I'm following, I believe that's correct, but we could put together an analysis if you would like to see that.
That would eventually be useful, yes. Okay, committee, further questions? Further questions, State Department? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a follow-up when I asked Mr. Wilmarth, that breakdown on the dollars that, I mean, unless you guys are fixing to leave, I guess we'll get this before you take off, Trent. Was that money colored? I mean, I had some conversations with some school representatives that said that it was. There were some very strict, stringent guidelines on how that money was dispensed or would be reimbursed, basically. Can you fill me in on that 500 million figure or close thereabouts that Mr. Wilmarth shared? How did that money come, and is it colored, and can the districts use some of those dollars depending on whether it was ESSER 1, ESSER 2, whatever, and how they see fit? Just help me understand that a little better.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Nyman, I can give you a little bit of information there, and then we could follow up with more information either after the meeting or get back to you on that. There is pretty broad discretion in how districts can use that money as long as it pertains to COVID mitigation or response. Some of the things that are required that money target would be things like summer enrichment programs, after-school programs, things that would address what's in the regulations. It's called lost instructional time. Certainly anything that would be used in direct response for purposes of reopening schools, addressing staffing shortages, addressing mental health needs of students and staff. Those are some of the things that are specifically called out as appropriate uses of those funds. Some of the other things would address issues with air quality or ventilation. So I know districts, some districts are using those funds for things like HVAC systems, certainly like sanitation, equipment or supplies, training and professional development for cleaning staff. Those are just a few of the things that I can remember off the top. But yeah, there are some specific requirements both for LEAs and with what's called the SEA reserve funds. So 10% of each one of those tranches, ESSER 1, 2, and 3, could be reserved at the state level. And of those amounts, half of 1% could be used for administering the program, so for admin funds, and then the rest of it has to fall into those categories that I just described. So addressing the summer enrichment programs and after-school programs, plus instructional time. And so we have provided discretionary grants to districts to meet those needs, and then we also have some programs that we're implementing at the state level as well.
Can they keep those monies? I mean, you know, if they don't use them, however, or is it based on a reimbursement, I guess? My question is, how much of that money is still left with WDE currently of that nearly $500 million? How much of that is still with you guys and has not been allocated, or is it all gone, or where is it at right now?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Nyman, I don't have those exact numbers with me right now. The ESSER funds operate on a reimbursement basis, so districts have to expend those dollars first, and then they can submit a cash request to the WDE for review and processing. There is a portion of that 500 million that you're referring to that went out as direct allocations under the governor's coronavirus relief funds, the CRF funds. I think that was a little over $65 million that were awarded early on in the pandemic for things like technology, PPE, nutrition program funds, those types of immediate responses. And that did not operate on a reimbursement basis. Those funds were provided up front with certain restrictions. But the bulk of that money, over $400 million, would be in the 90% category for the flow-through funds that have to be provided to LEAs for all of the different ESSER programs, and those all operate on a reimbursement basis. I believe that the ESSER 1 funds that were provided under the CARES Act in 2020, that first tranche, we just passed the obligation deadline for those funds, September 30 of this year. And districts have through the end of the calendar year to draw down any outstanding obligations or liquidations that they may have. And then for the next 2 years, the subsequent ESSER programs expire. So ESSER 2 would be the same thing next year, September 30 for the obligation deadline and drawdown by the end of the year. And then in 2024 for the ARP ESSER, which was by far the largest, over $300 million awarded under that ARP ESSER. I believe that most of the ESSER 1 funds have been drawn down. There are a few districts with remaining dollars there. And then I could get back to at the November meeting or before then with the remaining balances in the other programs, if you would like.
Okay.
Sir.
And
Go ahead.
then, okay, and then I'm going to give you something else too.
Okay, just quickly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How much of that was dependent on free and reduced? I mean, as far as the impacts or the ability of districts to be able to apply for those funds and control those funds, what percentage of those dollars are kept or are allowed to go to districts with free and reduced levels? How was that effective? How did that affect the dollars that made it to the districts, I guess?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Nyman, those allocations were generated based on the Title I allocations from, I don't remember which year, but it was 18, 19 or whatever year would have been the best data that we had going into COVID. So that's how the federal government generated those award amounts for each school district. Is that what you're asking, sir? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Mack.
Thank you. My experience with federal funds is that there always seemed to be a stipulation that it was to supplement, not to supplant. And I'm asking, does that carry forth onto these funds, COVID funds too? Is that pretty much, I mean, you can't replace what we're already, our efforts that we're already making as a state. Is that correct?
So, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chair, that you are correct that generally that is a very common requirement that we see with federal funds. With regard to these ESSER funds, there is not a clear supplement, not supplant prohibition. However, there is pretty clear guidance from Secretary of Education, U.S. Department of Education, that these funds are intended to supplement state resources in specifically addressing needs related to COVID.
So that's a key point because, and that's different because when we were dealing with this in the general session almost 2 years ago now, it looked like you could explicitly supplant with these monies, and it was expected that the school districts would in fact do that. And we last time raised the percentage they could carry over because of that. And I think there was, in practice, a significant amount of that, even though the federal law does not clearly state that that's their policy.
So Mr. Chairman,
there's potential for considerable confusion, misunderstanding, and variation in practice there.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess the one thing that I would add to that is that even though there isn't a clear supplement, not supplant, there are some other requirements that kind of dovetail with those types of things. So one, it would be the maintenance of effort requirement that we have to maintain to be eligible for those funds. And then there are also additional requirements that are new under the ESSER funds called maintenance of equity. And you might remember some testimony at previous meetings about that. And so basically, those federal requirements would ensure that state resources are continuing to be provided at the same level as in prior years. So certain thresholds have to be met in order to be eligible for those funds. So those are some protections that were put in place at the federal level to ensure that states didn't severely reduce state funding and supplant it with these new federal funds.
So it is interesting how the understanding has changed, that initially it was thought that these were intended because the states were going to have to, due to COVID-related declines in revenue, we're going to have to cut schools back, and this was designed to prevent that. And so they didn't have that prohibition, but now they're trying to come in and impose it. You can take whatever lesson you want to learn as to what it has about taking federal funds, but it's been subject to more than a little confusion on this point.
Mr. Chairman? So I don't remember ever thinking that it had that. I think it was open. There were no rules written. The rules and regulations hadn't come down. And I recall us basically hoping in an economic downturn and subject to the fact that there was an intent to cut, that we would be able to utilize these to supplant. But I recall nothing from any directive from the federal level that actually suggested that. And I guess I'd ask if I'm mistaken, because I certainly don't remember anything other than our hopefulness that we'd be able to use these unrestricted, but I don't recall any guidance from the feds. That was actually one of the early considerations, was they released the legislation without all of the guidance. We had our hopes, and then we were waiting for all of that guidance to be created, and then we could determine what to do with it. We had the legislative session before we had that guidance, so we ended up drafting legislation that would provide the flexibility for reserving it if our hope was correct. But as far as the feds telling us one thing and doing another, I don't remember a single word along those lines. Do you recall anything different?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Rothfuss, you're correct that that the CARES Act was enacted very quickly, and that money was made available to states very quickly before there was a lot of guidance available. And we've continued to receive additional guidance over the last several years. I don't know how many different versions of their FAQ document and guidance documents have been published, but several have come about, each one with a little more information. So it has evolved over time, and we certainly knew more in 2021 than we did in 2020 as we were heading into that session. And our knowledge has continued to grow. You know, I think the U.S. Department of Education they were also doing the best they could to make funds available and then follow up with guidance as quickly as they could.
And Mr. Chairman, quick follow-up. One of my recollections is our biggest challenge was actually the maintenance of equity aspect, because the feds implemented an equity that actually made our system inequitable, because our system was more equitable than their proposed equity, and that caused us challenges for a while. I know that we got through that, though, to the point where we could accept those funds. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Rothfuss, we are actually still working through the maintenance of equity issues.
Yeah, that's wrapped around the axle. Well, thank you.
Am I right in thinking that the CARES Act and the other legislation that provided these funds was silent on the supplant versus supplement issue?
Mr.
Because
Chairman,
I don't recall anything in that legislation that dealt with this issue.
Mr. Chairman, I would have to go back and review that. I don't remember right now if there was anything mentioned in there or not, or in that initial guidance.
Cindy Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One other quick question. The way these funds are evidently designed is that it's a reimburse. If the district does not have enough dollars in, let's say, in their reserves to be able to provide for this project that they have that would qualify for these dollars, help me understand, then they're just out, they're not able to do that, or is there dollars, is there grace there? I mean, like, I got 150,000 in the bank, I need 200,000, I need a new furnace. Are they just out of luck with this, the way this has been kind of designed from the WDE's standpoint, or is there some work in there where they can help those districts to be able to get that project accomplished with those dollars?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nyman, it is a reimbursement process. We do seek to minimize the amount of time between those requests that come to us and when those funds are dispersed. We haven't really encountered any issues with districts on that front, and you might recall that the legislature passed an increase in the reserve from 15 to 30%. So I think that may help the situation as well. But nearly all of our federal programs operate on a reimbursement basis, and that's part of our Treasury agreement that we enter into, and there are other requirements that factor into that. We do have a few infrequently that are processed with an upfront allocation. Like I mentioned, the governor's award went out that way. But yeah, but most of our funds operate on a reimbursement basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. LSO staff, are we through with the items that need to be dealt with in the joint meeting?
Mr. Chairman,
Except public comment, okay.
correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so let's go, is there any public comment on what we've been hearing about? Yes, ma'am. We should anticipate, I suppose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Janine Bayteski. I'm a trustee at Teton County School District. I guess a couple things just to clean up the discussion here on ESSER. I think it needs to be noted, whereas the department has done a lot of great work, and there was a lot of very hard work that went into even being eligible to receive those funds based on this whole discussion on equity and so on and so forth. The ESSER money was distributed based on Title I counts. Consequently, I would say it was not evenly distributed. How's that? So to say, for example, my district didn't get all that much money because many of our parents don't fill out the paperwork for Title I for obvious reasons, including they're afraid they'll get deported or whatever, okay? So let's talk about ECA. See, this is kind of it was interesting to watch you today because to me this is a very interesting thing. It's really easy. ECA is supposed to be money that should be appropriated to offset inflation. So last legislative session, money was appropriated, I believe it was the last one, money was appropriated, for example, and there was an ECA granted for utilities. I will tell you that grant did not cover our increased cost in utilities. We were still $137,000 short in what the block grant gives us for utilities versus what we needed to spend. And if you kind of read between the lines there, I'm telling you that, as you kind of go through the block grant and you see places where we underspend, this is one of the reasons that happens is that, we got utilities, we got to keep schools open and the like. Another comment I'd like to make is that why is this really important to us? Well, to me, what an ECA does is it provides us with a mechanism for stable funding so that every year when we go through our budgeting process, which gets approved in July, we can predict our programming, we can plan around what we think we're going to get versus not. And it's kind of challenging when the ECA does not keep pace with inflation, because in essence, what's happening then is we're eroding our spending, our, ability to, the value of a dollar, our power to purchase. And I guess lastly, as you start looking at charts where you start combining all of the staff people into one charts, it really makes me nervous. Because for example, when you're putting central office folks on the same chart as you're putting teachers, and you're might look at them and compare and say, well, obviously they're paying central office staff much more than they're paying their teachers. We got to make sure that when we're looking at these kinds of numbers, that we're making sure there's parity in the contract days that are worked, because our central office people work 12 months. Our teachers don't. So those are my comments that I'd like to share with you as we're looking at this. And I like I said, I only hope that you can think about this in terms of an external cost adjustment really helps us to maintain our purchasing power. It's not about trying to get more money into education. It's really about us trying to put forth our best effort as we work with those children in the classroom. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay. Seeing none, then does that complete the joint committee work? And I see our appropriations members have taken advantage of that and retired. Committee, we've got an obligation. What are we going to do in terms of recommending on an ECA?
So, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion when the time is right, but there is a question I would like to ask LSO. And it kind of goes back to the question that Representative Larson asked, and that's around the revenue. And I know Matt did a little work. I tried to send that out to the committee in the body of an email, but I was wondering if Matt could come to the front and just talk a little bit. I know we're not at a Craig yet, but I think there's some clear indications where we are at on revenue, even within the school foundation dollars themselves. So I would be interested in that information, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, as Representative Summers indicated, we do have some preliminary information I'll be able to share with you. For fiscal year 22, the school foundation program revenues will be in excess of $100 million than forecast at the end of session, including the January Craig. That, however, doesn't make additional revenue available to the school foundation program in fiscal year 22. It just lowers the anticipated transfer from the legislative stabilization reserve account to the school foundation program account. So that's setting aside the last biennia. Forward for this fiscal year 23, we know actual certified non-mineral assessed valuations. Those were certified by the State Board of Equalization. For just fiscal year 2023, we anticipate about $67 million from the 43 school mill levies. So that's the 12 mill levy that will be deposited within the school foundation program account, and then the 31 local mills, the 25 school board mill levy and the 6 countywide mill levy. That will provide approximately $67 million just for fiscal year 23. Then school districts last fiscal year received approximately $80 million in excess of their estimated tax revenues from the 25 and 6 mill. Any tax excess counts as a local revenue for fiscal year 23. Those two combined will provide an additional $150 million in additional revenue for K-12 education funding. The additional $80 million will either lower the state's entitlement payments out of the school foundation program or increase a recapture school district's recapture payment for fiscal year 23. The reason for the excess primarily is because the deferred mineral ad valorem revenue from calendar year 20, not all of it was deferred. So school districts received additional forecast revenues due to that, primarily mineral ad valorem payment schedule. That is actually one reason I think this legislature additionally increased the cash reserves to 30%, because there was such uncertainty on how much revenue was going to be collected from mineral ad valorem revenues. So just for fiscal year 23, those two revenue sources will provide an additional $150 million approximately for the school foundation program. Does not consider anything related to mineral revenue, and that will be part of the Craig forecast at the end of the month at the Joint Appropriations Committee. Craig will meet later this week to decide on estimated revenues from severance taxes, federal government royalties, ad valorem taxes, etc.
Under off.
So, Mr. Chairman,
One moment, Representative, I was going to ask a quick.
Let Chris go first.
So Matt, you said that these are non-mineral, so these are not volatile. That's typically an upward trend where we know that our mineral assessed valuation regrettably goes up and down wildly. The non-mineral assessed valuation that's been certified does tend to be a one-way road or flat. Is that fair?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Office, related to the $67 million increase on the non-mineral, that is an accurate statement.
Okay. Albert, do you have more discussion or do you want to make?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss made the point that I was going to make, so thank you.
Let me make one further point. It does seem to me that when you look at what's happened to mineral prices and what we know about them, that there do seem to be revenues coming there that are going to be favorable. Long term, I just want to inform the committee that we have discovered that if we can get a carbon capture put on the Dave Johnson power plant and used in the Big Muddy oil field where the state has significant ownership, we're looking at 1.2 billion in additional revenues over a 20-year period if the price of oil stays at $65 a barrel or higher. That's speculative, and we're dealing with an uncooperative utility on that issue. But there is some prospect, and I would say that's an indication, if we can find other sources of CO2, that there is considerable future in old Wyoming oil fields. So I'm optimistic for the future. I don't think that we're looking at an immediate crisis on the funding of education. Matt, am I misstating the short-term prospects?
Mr. Chairman, no. I don't think there would be an issue to fund Representative Summers' proposed motion for fiscal year 24.
Okay. Any further discussion? Albert?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move in accordance with Wyoming Statute 2113-309U that the Joint Education Interim Committee recommend to the Joint Appropriations Committee that for school year 2023-2024, the K-12 Education Resource Block Grant Models categories be adjusted by the following external cost adjustments: 12.759% for the educational materials category, but subject to adjustment to account for finalized U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics data, 27.82% for the energy category, but subject to adjustment for finalized U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics data, 4.254% for the professional labor category, and 5.377% for the non-professional labor category. I further move that the external cost adjustments enacted by the legislature for school year 2022-2023 be sustained, and the school year 2023-2024 external cost adjustments be enacted on a cumulative basis. And so, Mr. Chairman, that's my motion. The cost of that is 70 million a year. And Mr. Chairman, I think the justification for doing this, we've heard about, I think, all afternoon. And not only that, every time we personally go to the grocery store, go to the gas station, or go down to the local lumber yard to pick up supplies, we know that there is significant inflation in society, and I think it's time we adjusted these inflation. We provided an inflationary adjustment to K-12. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Second on the motion, Mr. Chairman.
That's been moved and seconded. I heard somebody. Okay. Discussion committee. Under office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support the motion. And I will note that as we see from the graph, it's still $20 million short of what we contemplate to be constitutional in accordance with the consultant model. But in terms of what is the correct ECA for us to recommend, this is the correct ECA for us to recommend. It is an appropriate adjustment to last year's funding level to hold it in purchasing parity moving forward. That's the intent of an ECA. So I feel with regard to our statutory obligation to recommend a correct ECA, this is it. And so I'll be an aye.
I'm going to vote no on the motion, and let me explain why. 4 reasons. 3 of them against and 1 for. I've got a number of problems here. One, I've had a great deal of difficulty understanding what our posture is, given ECAs that haven't been carried forward, given some of the confusion, just understanding what the base was here and what we were looking at. Second, there is considerable confusion in my mind over how we ought to properly handle federal funds, particularly the consequences of the funds that we got as part of the various COVID relief and stimulus packages. It's unclear to me what long-term implications those have, and it may be that the federal restrictions grew over time and those funds became increasingly not as useful as some of us had hoped to start with. But there's a good deal of uncertainty there. Then there was, before the feds came along, there was quite a difference, and it was really reflected as a House-Senate difference. A number of us felt that there was a good deal of excess in the expenditures on schools that could be eliminated without doing any harm to the quality of education. And I think that's important. Things that could be eliminated without doing any harm to the quality of education. I frankly think they were probably significantly over 10% in that category. I think the bill that passed the Senate about the same time the federal stimulus bill came along was more in the vicinity of 8%. The Senate got convinced that some of the small school district things had best not be touched. Some of those are things that require the districts can't do on their own. They require a change in the system. We've got some of the provisions, like the 100% reimbursement provisions, have induced behavior that's pretty expensive compared to perhaps what the need is. But the districts can't be held responsible for that. So you can't cut the district ECA back for that, but you can for some of the other things. So I think we're starting with a base that's a little too high. And I recognize that some of my House colleagues don't agree with that. On the other hand, I think we absolutely have to have something. There is clearly inflation loose in the society. I think by the time of session, we'll have a much better handle on that than we do right now. Right now, the fiscal policy back in DC is essentially borrow and spend, print more money and spend it. And whether that's going to change or not, we'll see. Time will tell. We'll have a much better handle when we get to session as to what the inflation rate is, even though it hasn't shown up yet in all the information we received today, because nobody knows. And that may cause us to do something that's a higher ECA. I just don't know. We'll have to make that judgment at time of session. I would support, I think we have to have a recommendation. I would support one that was half of what this motion is, but I think there's enough I can see based on the information we have at this point to say I think the full motion is a little, well, more than a little in terms of total. I take some adjustment to think of the total dollars we're dealing with. But I think the motion is too high in terms of what's justified based on what we know right now. So for those reasons, I'm going to be a no vote on this. I don't necessarily encourage the other committee members to do the same. Vote your conscience as to what you think. We do need to come out here with a specific recommendation. We do need to have a bill because we will need to have a vehicle to make changes with at the time of session. Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and probably not surprisingly, I'll be an aye on this. But honestly, I'm almost a begrudging aye on this because I don't think it's enough. That in my mind, the 70 million out of the 90 shortfall is 77%. It's a C, it's barely a C plus. If we're going to be doing some grading, we're in an education committee meeting, and I'd like us to be doing an A plus job, but instead we're only doing a C plus job with this motion. I'd in fact have a second motion after hopefully this one passes that we send to the Appropriations Committee a request that they seriously look at that $20 million shortfall. That legislative model is what we said as a legislature we should be funding the education system. So 70 million again is only that C grade. I'd like to see us at the A grade. And just as an aside, because I really do think it's an aside, if the committee wants more information on federal money, that's fine, or wants more information on reserves, that's fine. Getting information I always think is great. But certainly, it's my understanding, and we've heard over and over again, that the federal money that came in for COVID is for COVID-specific recovery purposes, and it's reimbursable. It's not a slush fund. Sometimes I hear the language used about it, and I'm hearing slush fund. And there's not one whit of slush fund that I have seen or heard around the state, and if somebody has evidence to the otherwise, I'd love to hear it. But that's not the case. Federal funds are very different than our state obligations. We haven't honestly met our state obligations. This motion before us, I'll vote yes for it, but it's only partial. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion. Representative Overman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I understand what Senator Scott is saying, from my perspective, he conflates too many issues. To me, the inflation issue is a standalone issue. You can't decide that you're going to fund half inflation. We don't drive inflation with this kind of bill. We're reacting to inflation. So it stands by itself. And as it relates to the federal money, if we just say, well, we've got federal money, so we're not going to deal with inflation, we just drive the issue of being more dependent on the federal government. We're not taking care of ourselves, and when the federal money goes away, then we got a bigger problem than we have now. So we got to take care of our state problems on our own and deal with the federal money as a separate issue. So I just see this the same way Janine sees it, I guess, that it's a value of money issue, that we're just catching up. It's not additional money into education, and it's a standalone issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be voting for this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess if we're all going to explain why we're doing what we're doing, this is kind of interesting. I guess I would rather split it. After the testimony that was given to us today, while not all people feel like as if they're getting enough money for the job that they do, neither do I. I don't get paid enough for what I do, and I certainly don't think I get enough respect for what I provide, because none of you can come here without a full tummy, and that's what I provide. You know, I'm in agriculture. My whole life is on the whim of whatever you guys are willing to give. If you can find it cheaper in another country, you buy it there. So I have to figure out how I can be more efficient in what I do and still survive and be able to pay for increased taxes. I just paid my property taxes the other day. It went up. 63% of my property taxes went to education. I don't have any kids in school. I'm glad to pay it. That's fine. But in this thing here, I would rather see us split this into, for me personally, and take care of our energy costs, because that's something they can't take care of. That is something that they're going to be at the mercy of whatever companies, or not necessarily companies, maybe even countries, are going to exact from us for keeping our schools warm and for materials and supplies. Those are all things that are going to be jacked up because of the situation we're currently in under our administration. But as far as the wages are concerned, based on the testimony that we got from Ms. Stoddard, Wyoming's not doing just too bad right now in our wages. And I always make a habit of not counting my chickens before they hatch, or counting calves before they're actually on the ground. Actually, don't even worry about on the ground. I don't count them until they're actually on the truck and the check is in my hand. So I've had them die in the corral before they could get in the truck. So I better not be spending money I do not know that I have for sure. So my preference in this would be to split it. Let's take care of our schools, make sure they've got the cost of living adjustments or the external cost adjustments for their heating, all those things, and their supplies. As far as the wages are concerned, at the risk of, I don't think anybody had any sharp instruments. I think I would like to wait on that a little bit because of that testimony from Ms. Stoddard that said, Wyoming's not doing this too bad. In fact, everybody's still trying to catch up to us. And if we would do that, I could support this. At this point, though, with this together, I will have to be a no right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I guess I have a different take on it than my colleague. And I do agree that certainly the energy and materials are sorely needed. I also would state that I believe the personnel increase is important because, you know, when we realize that the cost to heat our schools is going up significantly, the cost for a teacher to heat their home is going up significantly as well. The cost of a teacher to feed their family, from my good representatives. As I'm paying more at the grocery store. I don't know about you, but I think we all are paying more at the grocery store. So as we look at this and what I noticed in these charts, from figure 4, the actual salaries that are being paid as opposed to the model salaries are from 12 to 30% more. And also in figure 7, there's a $6.7 million or $6.2 million that we're not paying out in professional development. And I'm going to make a leap to say, I bet this is going to classroom teacher salary, this $6.2 million that we're not paying for professional development. So we're not paying for professional development, which is what we need. We've heard that over and over again from the teachers and the administrators that we've talked to, is that professional development piece is very important, not only in terms of paying for curricula, but in terms of paying the teachers for their time to do that professional development. So I'm a yes on this. I don't know that I changed anybody's mind, probably not, but those are the reasons that I think that the personnel costs, because we're all dealing with inflation, with lots of inflation. And in my district, in Cody, we're also dealing with housing, high housing costs, not nearly what Teton County deals with, but not far behind. And when a teacher has no chance to purchase a home on what's a decent salary, but in my community, it's a tough uphill climb for teachers to be able to afford a home. And it's the same with our other professionals, our nurses, our some of our doctor professions. You know, they're having a tough time. So I'm in favor of both of these ECAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since everyone else is expressing their opinion, I guess I can do that too, in a very succinct way. What Senator Rothfuss said is my sentiments exactly. I'm an aye.
I want to make it quite clear that I think the inflation is there, all right. It's in part, at this point, it's a question of what do we need to pay for at the state level, and are there some economies that will not hurt the quality of education? And I think there are. But that's an issue we were unable to thrash out 2 years ago for various reasons, including the federal enactment that happened while we were considering the bills, including an ongoing dispute between the two houses, which would sooner or later have to resolve. But I do think there is inflation. We've got to do something. I think this is just more than the state needs to do at this point. So.
Call for the question.
Okay, the question being called for. All those in favor of the motion? And how many do we have online at this point? 3, okay. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands.
And I have a proxy vote for
1, 2.
Representative Harshman. He's an aye.
Okay, I believe that's 3, 4, 5, 6 online, 7, 8 opposed. Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That motion passes. Committee, the next meeting is November 15th, 8:30 in Cheyenne. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. November 15th and 16th. And just for clarification, this recommendation goes in the form of a memo to the Joint Appropriations Committee, not in a bill. And they'll discuss this on October 27th, I believe.
Okay. Okay, committee, I think we're done.